Hey everybody, welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently January 23rd, and as we're kicking off another session here, you're seeing some weakness creep into the semi-strength in China stocks on the back of that huge stimulus announcement, potential stimulus announcement from the Bank of China, the PBOC. And obviously you also had some strength in Alibaba because Jack Ma has announced some share purchasing. So my members have been long Alibaba. We've been long, basically accumulating in the 67 range, 69 range, and we're now in the money on our trade. We're up significantly on our trade, and we actually just took some profits this morning, right at that 73.19 level. Still holding some position, but with an in-the-money stop, so the trade is officially risk-free for members on the BABA end. And I've been showing you this wedge pattern on the daily chart, finding some heavy volume support, and it looks like that has just come into fruition. So a couple things on the docket. If we look at the SPY, first things first, we are into a whole host of resistance. So you have this downsloping trend line from this pivot to this pivot. You have that. You have this original neckline breakout, which failed once, which failed twice. You're back into that level. If you get through that, you have this massive pivot from this high, this high, this high, this high, in and around. So I think the market is a little bit, it's going to be tough to break out of this range right now, in my opinion. You also have triggered that head and shoulders on the intraday chart. You haven't got a close back above the neckline. So that downside target is still in play all the way down to about 480.30 on the chart. So let's just see how things shape up. I'm looking at fading this market, personally speaking, but we'll just have to wait and see how things open. Nat gas looks interesting for a long. It's getting absolutely slaughtered again. Well, not that bad. It's starting to slow down the selling pressure. It hasn't hit my official target yet, but it's certainly in a day tradable range. I was looking for a move down to 210 and between 207 to get day trade long, but that is bouncing before. IWM is strong today, so small caps are continuing to press higher. Let's look at the chart here. I'm looking at fading small caps. You have a gap fill there, and you have a gap fill here. So two big gap fills on the small caps. I am looking at fading if we get into this little vicinity as we speak. You also have this little pivot here, which could act as resistance as well. So we're just going to take it easy. AMD is weak in the pre-market, so that's putting some stress on the semis.
Earnings to get Amazon and some of these other guys clicking after hours. So I'll see if there's a day trade in there or not, but that's that. Last one.
Airlines are strong today. You have oil falling, and you also have the airlines reporting really decent earnings.
Last one is Shopify. See if there's a day trade in there. It's kind of stuck around this 80 level. If we get over 80.
So we're going to short the Russell 2000 if it pushes into this 199 area, and then I'm watching natural gas as well on the long side. Markets are set to open here very shortly.
Market's about to open. Passing the mic to my buddy exclusive. Thank you for letting me have so much time.
No, you're good. And just to touch on Netflix,
the dollar's ripping, breaking out here. Dollar is ripping.
In advance for not responding because I get so many views. I can't physically. I'm stretched too thin. But so with Netflix, I think it's important to understand the strategic development of this movie.
Excuse me.
Because Netflix has been talking about for years, and they're actually on live reading the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. This is the beginning of their venture.
Watching silver there, Anthony, served as good support. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly silver's been hit pretty hard here in recent sessions, so you have to think that it may be getting a bounce here shortly.
Before posting that 3D earnings over the weekend, I had to specify that the people that were invested into this name early are already up. Position risk-free, so really
I'm seeing semis starting to break down some more. Weakness in the Qs. NVDA is breaking. Big sell-off on Microsoft. Coming into play. Apple gapped up tremendously there. Meta gapped up. Looks like they're fading the gap ups here. So watch for continuation weakness. You have AMD down 1.8% already. Mara's down 5%. Dollars at the highs, ripping. The S&P is trying to push up into resistance here. So the Russell's seeing some resistance. Look at this S&P chart here. We're into resistance here. We are pushing through it, actually. I'm short the S&P here, 484.23. 484.23. 484.23. It's a starter position on the S&P. Short. Russell still hasn't hit my target. Qs are actually weak right now. Next ad level is if it's going to come into this trend line all the way up here. Just go to the 1 minute chart now.
So I took some Tesla 220 pills yesterday, and they're back in my entry zone.
So NVIDIA's weak, Apple's strong, Microsoft's weak. You have a mixed bag of tricks here. Semis are under some pressure this morning. Alibaba's holding near the highs, but seeing some reversal now. Nat gas is pushing up. Big drop on AVGO. That's helping the semiconductors. You do have the NASDAQ negative, the S&P positive.
So about $4.60 here on my call on Tesla. And keep an eye on Square. I haven't done anything there, but just keep an eye on it.
I've got 71 calls on that from yesterday. FYI.
Oh yeah.
They're down. There was a risk-free hold overnight, partially. So most of my position is red on it, but it's down about 70% overnight. So could be some.
All right, so you can see the S&P is coming in. Russell's coming in as well. Dollar's ripping at the highs, guys. Dollar is ripping at the highs. You have AVGO actually getting hit really hard. Amazon's coming in. Bitcoin's selling off still. Nat gas is getting a bounce here. Oil's actually also trying to make a little bit of a bullish reversal. You have XLK down, XLV down in terms of sector performance. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is also down. AVGO is getting hit very, very hard here.
Yeah. I've done a decent job of Boeing considering what horrific animal it is, but yeah, Baba tends to get my number though. On that note, though, there's enough month.
DXY is just absolutely surging, guys. We are in the money nicely on this trade.
This week, we give it a shot. Ski. It's about $4, $4.20-ish.
If Apple loses its gap up, then the indices will break down. Apple's still holding firm. Microsoft's weak, Google's weak, NVIDIA's weak. Bitcoin's still selling off, testing the EMA 113 on the Bitcoin chart. Mara might be interesting for a little bit of a bottom fishing long trade. I am looking at Mara, which is a crypto play, just because Bitcoin is into support here. It's a pretty strong technical support level. It should hold some validity here, but it's actually still breaking down here. Dixie 103.50. If that Dixie hits 104 today, this market's going to be in trouble, guys. If that Dixie hits, yeah, China ADRs, Hitchcock are up huge. Our members were long Alibaba into that announcement. We had a fairly large position accumulating Alibaba on the long side, so we actually banked quite nicely. The dollar move had me anticipating another pullback to 25, but it's bouncing now. Yeah, I mean, be careful. That dollar's just getting going, in my opinion. So it does leave some vulnerabilities. I do think that it does leave some vulnerabilities. Semiconductors are getting hit pretty hard here, so that's going to weigh on the indices. And remember, the QQQ did trigger that head and shoulders pattern. It was the weakest indice. You can see it better on the 10-minute chart here. This is where you broke the neckline, even on the 5-minute chart. Take a look at that. 5-minute chart, head and shoulders, just been chopping, and then boom, huge reversal. Downside target should take us to this 418.22. You also have a little micro one in here, which we're actually tagging right now. But the target is 418 on the Qs today. So just be careful that this market could be selling off pretty hard here, which is why we're in some S&P 500 shorts here. No real other trades I'm looking at. Potentially, again, Mara. Bitcoin's finding some support here. So Mara's trying to firm up. It's not looking too bad. Apple's still holding. Google's having a nice push to the upside. Bitcoin's still weak. I'm skeptical about Mara, but it's interesting. I mean, if you get a bounce here in Bitcoin, Mara could push up to try to close this gap. We'll see if that actually happens. Let's take a quick peek at silver. I know some of the people were watching silver. Silver 1 minute chart. Let's go to the 10-minute chart. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad pattern on silver. You're starting to get a cupping formation with a nice little handle here on the 10-minute chart. Really, if you break out of silver here, this little basing formation, then yeah, silver should actually rip. You're still technically at resistance. I'm going to wait until we actually get that close above on silver, but this is a potential bullish inverse head and shoulder pattern intraday, which could yield about 2.8. I mean, the only skeptical thing is that DXY. That dollar right now is just on a little bit of a tear. You broke out with significant power out of this nice bull flag pattern. Boom. You're into some resistance here. But again, if you draw this little trend line from this pivot to this pivot, you can also see that you're breaking out right now. So maybe you get a retest here on the dollar, which gives the indices silver a continuation bounce. But this dollar is looking poised. I mean, look at this hourly bull flag pattern that we're attempting a breakout right now. It hasn't confirmed on the hourly chart, but it's looking very, very nice. And just be clear, the dollar is also putting in a bull flag on the daily chart, just like it did here, right underneath that EMA 113. So I remain a little bit skeptical with these semis, but you never know. Things can definitely firm up here. But it is looking likely that the dollar wants to go higher. All right, so Apple's still holding near the highs. Baba's up 7%, Neo's up 12.8, Save Airlines up 9, Mara down 4, AMD down 1, Plug up 18%. Wow, big move on Plug. Amazon slightly negative. Tesla's getting a nice bounce off of the lows here. Semiconductors are still weak, but they have gotten a pretty significant bounce. AMD getting a nice strong reversal off of the lows.
$81 calls this week on Shopify. TNA, nice move for those following along.
Still looking at a short on the Russell.
I'm not going to shout it out, but I am long the February 1640. So I like this thing going to 40. And I'm also long March 1st, 38 spot 5s, 38.5 on TNA. It's about 37.20 right now.
Big bounce in the semiconductors, guys. Big bounce in the semis. Huge bounce in the S&P. You can see the S&P is almost back to our original short entry. Probably could have taken some profits there, but I still think that there's a chance that we go a little bit lower. Bond yields weighing in. Yeah, I mean, right now you have the 20-year up 1%, 10-year up 0.6, the 2-year up 0.39, so you're still seeing that inversion narrow. Right now the spread between the 10 and the 2 is roughly, what would that be? 28 basis point spreads, 27. Alibaba's continuing to rip it up 8%. That's a nice move on Baba. It's a beautiful move on Baba.
So I'm a believer that we're near or at a bottom. We'll see if I get fucked on earnings with Elon. You never know. But we'll discuss that later in a dead spot. I know Tesla's on everybody's mind all the time. I get it.
Oh, and for the love of God, if you're following people pumping WDAC today, please be careful. It's 400% implied volatility. Just as quick as you can make money, you can lose 100% of it.
Oh, yeah, because it's...
All right, so Microsoft, big bounce on Microsoft, hitting some hourly chart support. Tesla getting a nice big push to the upside. Amazon's diverging. Amazon looks actually weak, so maybe we're going to see some money flow out of Amazon into Tesla. That could certainly be a catalyst for Amazon and a positive catalyst for Tesla.
Obviously, we didn't have spaces, so I'm going to do a shout out. Going to get my little brother to look at that. But I do like it here. I don't want to chase it up. It was up $2 yesterday, $2 today. I'm already in it. I'm long the March 15th 60s. I see this going through 60 by then. Can it hit 60 this week? You know, if it holds over 58.50 for an hourly chart or a couple of these 30-minute spots,
All right, so right now Microsoft's down, Amazon's down, Google's positive, Apple's positive, Tesla's up 2.9%, Meta's up 0.84%, United Health getting hit, UNH strong, J&J getting hit, Walmart getting hit. So it's a mixed bag of tricks here. I mean, there's still some strength in the market, but a lot of weakness. And the big question is, are we going to see stocks that are weak firm up, or are we going to see stocks that are strong start to break down? I'm in the camp that we actually probably see some stocks give up some of its gains just with the strength in the dollar today. It's too immense, guys. That dollar strength is too immense. So I'm actually going to also go long the SOXS here, guys. Long SOXS here at 496. 496 long the SOXS, guys. So we have an S&P 500 short and we have an SOXS long. S&P still trying to hold steady here. NASDAQ is still also holding steady. It's slightly positive on the session. All right, there goes the S&P, guys. There goes the S&P. Alibaba's nearly tagging the 50-day moving average. Tesla's still remaining resilient here. Apple's remaining resilient. Plug power up 19%. Let's see if there's a short trade on this plug. I know it's been decimated in recent sessions, and it might be going through a little bit of a short squeeze interest, but you're into a gap here. I would probably only short. You're into this pivot zone resistance as well. There's a potential short trade here if small caps break down, which you could be seeing that right now. I'm going to do a high risk play. I'm going to short plug here at 342. 342, shorting plug. Basically, I will use the high of day. A 1 minute close above the high of day will be my stop loss. So plug is falling nicely here. S&P is trying to push back up. SOXS. Oil trying to firm up. Oil stocks are catching a nice bid.
All right, I took another trim on Tesla. Right at my target.
Bitcoin's trying to put in a little bit of a local low here.
I got that too, but thanks for keeping us on track there. Because I'm watching a couple other names, and one of them being Adobe. We're almost at a backer, guys. Those counts from 350 are...
Dollars at the highs of the session, guys. It's trying to get another bid higher here. Let's see if plug can retest some lower boundary support. Come on, plug.
And then I'd like to raise 50. I'd like to do stops 50% above break even if that happens. Okay, so we'll be prepared. Because that one got in a good entry, scoped it out.
That's where the gap fill is.
That gave us the opportunity, that quick little fat finger trade of whoever did that. I saw it. It was across mid, some big.
All right, so S&P is starting to break down a little bit more now, guys. A little bit more. We're still holding short at that high pivot over there, putting in potentially one lower high, another lower high, another lower high, still higher low. So it's a big wedge pattern. This is going to have a big directional move. This simple wedge pattern, whichever way it breaks, we're going to get a very, very big directional move. We'll see which way that decides to do it. Look at plug, guys. Look at plug. We're in the money nicely, up already 4.6%, guys. I'm going to move my stop down in the money stop to 339, just at this high bar red pivot. Come on. Come on. Flush it down a little bit. I want to see it just test this low pivot, and then we will look to cover. Come on. Come on. Come on, plug. S&P still weak here, guys. NVDA is selling off some more.
A lot of times, you will see what I call...
All right, guys, I'm covering plug here. I just covered plug at that 328 level. That's a huge win. 4% win on the day trade. Congrats, guys. 4% win. Beautiful. Still holding an S&P short here and an SOXS long. All right, so we're in the money nicely on our SOXS, but I'm looking for more. I'm looking for definitely more on this name. Now that S&P is still looking weak. It looks like it wants to break this little wedge pattern. Nice job on that plug, guys. 4% is massive just to start the day trade. Bond yields agree the dollar. Anthony, I'm looking for 4,900 to start building a short on the S&P 500. What's the SPX at right now? The SPX is at 48.54. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm to be honest there, Anthony, I'm just going to give you a little tidbit since you're tuning into the stream. I'm actually starting to build a short in this market already. Maybe I'm a little early, maybe I'm not, but that dollar breaking out, yields breaking out, you know, you have the technical and fundamental thesis, oil breaking out as well. You also have that backdrop. So there's a lot of headwinds right now for the market. You know, this whole rally up had a lot of tailwinds, positive tailwinds. Now you're starting to flip the coin. You have a lot of headwinds in this market that should push it. You know, just simply speaking, stronger oil prices. You know, you have stronger dollar prices. Once the dollar hits 104, it's basically 45 cents away. When that dollar hits 104, this market is going to get absolutely bludgeoned from the emerging markets. You're going to see Brazil, European stocks get absolutely slaughtered, and that's going to weigh in on the S&P 500 earnings. That 104 is the critical tightening zone in the emerging market. I mean, it's so critical. And if you don't understand what is about to happen in 2024 here, even though we're in a midterm election cycle, we have a Bitcoin halving, we have so many could potentially positive catalysts. There's a lot that's going to happen in 2024, and if you're not prepared, if you don't understand the yield curve, when stocks get the bond market signal, when the yield curve finally starts to invert, whether we're in a bull steepener, bear steepener, flattener, there's a lot of moving parts that you have to understand in this market. There's a lot of moving parts.
What, 6:30? It's 6:47. 17 minutes. 17 minutes. Why? It wasn't 7. It took me. Oh, you'll hear people say, and some of them my friends. I don't like when they talk like that. So just shout out to some of my closest friends. Don't talk like this. You'll be like, oh, trading's the easiest game in the world. I love it. It's not. It's extremely hard. But if you come in well prepared, you could potentially execute and be ready. And listen, if I was sitting there with my nuts in my hand, excuse part of my French for the ladies out there, I should be more cautious with my words. But kind of locker room talk.
All right, so you're seeing Apple continuing to hold resiliency. Bitcoin's still hovering on that EMA 113. Semis are bouncing a little bit. Oil is getting a strong hourly reversal candle. Huge hourly bullish engulfing candle on oil. That may weigh in on some of these airline stocks. Let's just quickly go through them. UAL, Jets. Let's maybe short this Jets ETF if oil is going to start to perk up here. I mean, it's a risky play because airlines are strong, but I do see that the dollar with oil prices should push these airlines down in the near term. I do think it's maybe going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news type event with these airlines, even though some of them are putting in some bullish patterns. This looks like a distribution pattern here on AAL.
And if you didn't spend the time to go over it and then come into our spaces and then not be prepared off the things that I showed, that most likely I was probably going to trade.
All right, so the S&P, look how it got rejected this down sloping resistance. You also got rejected at this resistance here. And now you're finding some support here in this little resistance. But you have triggered a bearish pattern that I do think plays out. But right now, things are firming up. AMD is firmed up. NVDA is catching a small bounce. Crypto stocks are still under a lot of pressure right now.
What do you think?
I'm here for it.
All right, guys. Here's an announcement that Exclusive and I wanted to make jointly, and I'm just going to make it for both of us. Exclusive and I spent several months becoming very close friends before we entered the spaces. We talked about our styles. We talked about how we felt we were similar to one another and where we were different. And we wanted to take the chance and take the time to do this. We both have different things going in our lives. It's not for me to say what's going on in his life, but I can tell you what's going on in mine. I have a baby on the way, and I have 2 kids. I have my first son's coming. I'm like 2 months out, and my dad's not doing so great. So I'm going through a lot with my family, and I took a break from spaces in general, and I got a lot of good feedback. Like, Banana, we want you back. And I was like, what's a good way for me to come back where I could do it? And Exclusive and I, especially because of him, he was able to really create the support mechanism for me. He's like, I got you, bro. We can do it, a little bit, just a couple shows, see how it goes. And that was the idea. We were just going to try, like, episode or 2, see how it goes. And so the announcement is this. It's gone incredible. We have really had a good time doing this with one another. We really feel good about where we are with each other and the group and the community. And the feedback has been the same. The feedback's been incredible. Exclusive could speak to that, but just saying, the feedback's been incredible.
All right, so the S&P is still pushing. Plug Power starts liquid green hydrogen production. Oh, thanks for that fundamental news there.
We're going to continue this shit.
Hydrogen certainly, but it looks like it's going to be fading here. I mean, we banked 4% there on that trade, and it's already down another 6. Very interesting.
Back end, it's like a show for Netflix. It's like it tries a couple pilots and it hopefully goes well and gets picked up. Well, it's getting picked up, and we're gonna treat this, and we're gonna try to do something a little bit groundbreaking in the spaces community, and we're gonna treat this like a show on Netflix. And like today of Netflix earnings, we thought it would be a good idea to make the announcement. And how do those go? Well, some of the best shows are about 8 to 10 episodes, and that's what we're gonna do. And we're gonna have season 1. And you guys right now are in season 1 of the Banana Exclusive show, and we're on episode 4, and we're gonna go 8 episodes.
Dollar's still at the highs, guys. The dollar is still at the highs.
We're gonna take a little break. We'll give us time to kind of regroup with our family.
Gold is faded.
You guys want that. You guys want
If gold is fading, silver's likely fading as well. Still actually holding positive gains. Silver up 1%, which is nice, but honestly, I do think silver may give up that potential gain. As long as that dollar remains strong, it's surging near the highs of the session, guys. That DXY is still surging. I'm surprised the markets are actually holding this resiliency right now.
try not to make it too long, and that'll be something to look forward to, right? It's like Curb Your Enthusiasm. So, like, you got this show to look forward to.
Tesla's had a big reversal.
We'll look forward to season 2 of the Exclusive Banana show. And
Right now, you still have Apple up 0.5%, Tesla up 1.2, Meta up 1.1.
You guys have that feedback and that energy, and the energy and the vibe that Exclusive and I have is giving us.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down. VIX is slightly green. Nvidia's down 0.5%. Microsoft's slightly negative.
We're gonna continue it out. That's the announcement.
Yeah, if I can touch on that for a minute, the feedback, and I don't know if you guys are aware.
All right, guys, I'm also going to pick up some shorts on AMD here. AMD just filled its gap. Actually, yeah, it did. I'm picking up shorts here at 168. 168. I just got filled on my first short entry on AMD, 168. Next ad level is basically going to be right around here at 168.88. It is getting a big bounce here. Huge bounce on AMD. Turning positive on the session. All right, I just got filled on my second entry there. Brings the average up to 168.48, and we're still pushing on AMD. What a bullish recovery at this point in time.
Plus, it's been. I was here first, so take that. So, it's just it really resonates with me on a personal level because there's
You're into the 50% retrace zone at this next pivot high. Even if you get through that, then you have your 618.
Trading, so I don't want to get emotional.
So I'm still holding an S&P 500 short. We're in the money by about 20 cents. Still holding a AMD short and an SOXS long.
And positive reinforcements from complete strangers. It might not seem like it does much, but it does. It does so much more than you think. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate Banana. Similarly, I'm gonna echo what you said.
Look at the push in AMD, guys. S&P still stuck inside resistance. QQQ still stuck inside of its big initial reversal down. Trying to get a little bit of a high pivot breakout there. Seeing some sellers. S&P 500 also starting to see, trying to get a breakout above this little wedge pattern. Let's remove this little wedge. Meta ripping here. Amazon's trying to push up higher past a red bar reversal pivot on the 10-minute chart.
The people that are greedy and make a trend of people getting that could win money to give it to other people or charity. So, what people do publicly or privately says everything about their character. So, Banana, I appreciate you for being real and true to the community. It's very rare, and that's one of the reasons why we even connected in the first place, because, when we have discussions in private, obviously, but publicly we've been pretty apparent and transparent about our intention here. So, but we're going to continue it, and the positivity again has just been immense. So I thank you for that, and I mean we're just going to keep going. I mean, it's healthy, and it helps me.
X, that was so beautifully said, man. Like that was fucking beautiful, bro. Seriously, like no joke.
You know what? Some profits make it better too.
Yeah. A couple quick trade updates here.
So the SPY is just in a distribution range here. It really hasn't made a move despite the DXY pushing up here. Let's see what resistance we're into on the DXY. Basically, we're tagging that EMA 113. Notice how we've come up here once, twice, 3 times, got rejected. Now we're trading right above that EMA 113. I'm just going to draw it in so we can watch and monitor it on the shorter term time frame. We're above that level right now as we speak. As long as it holds above that, I do anticipate this market to break down and sell. Right now you have the SPY above the 1 minute EMA 113 in orange. You could also be putting in a little bit of a distribution pattern here. This is like a rising distribution pattern, almost like a rising wedge pattern here.
Depending on what my option was, let's say my option was $2, okay, and then I'd say I wanted to stop out at
the S&P is still firming up.
Option would go to 500.
It's trying to hold up.
And my option would go to what?
DXY is softening just a little bit here.
And it would happen to me consistently, and I'm like, what's going on here? I'm learning like everybody.
All right, so you have Google weakening now, Microsoft coming in.
My technical analysis was pretty good, and I really try to hone in on that and like really get good at my craft. And then what happened was a lot of times it was like a treasure map, right? And X marks the spot, and the character would get there, except along the way an alligator or a boa constrictor or a swamp, only for me to get out of the jaws of the alligator, out of the constriction of the boa constrictor, and out of the mud of the swamp.
AMD is still holding resiliency here. It did go green after being down, one of the weaker names. I just suspect that was a short covering squeeze. And I do suspect that trend to resume to the downside. We're now in the money on AMD. What is happening with the S&P? We are breaking this little bit of a rising wedge pattern here. We lose the EMA 113, guys, and we're probably going to go right down to 483. So I'm expecting a big move down to 483. You still have oil trying to firm up, but it is negative on the session. Nat gas is actually trying to push up. Anthony, there's nothing wrong with being cautious in this market. That is the smart thing to do. There's been times where I've entered trades too early and I've gotten my ass clapped and handed to me. There's been times where I enter the trades too late and, you miss a move. So, it all comes with, hopefully the stream is a little bit better today.
Yeah, there's so much going on. Sorry,
I literally pay for the fastest Wi-Fi I can get.
You think you can manage fucking 50 trades? You wouldn't be here. Okay, I can barely do that, and I'm a pro. Exclusive's one of the best. He's got multiple positions.
AMD, let's see if we get a technical breakdown here. The SPY is testing that EMA 113. Qs look to be putting in distribution. Dollar has softened off of the highs. Yields are still holding firm. The long end of the curve is seeing more strength than the short end of the curve.
We do a little bit of this and like that and like
DocuSign's looking interesting.
So Amazon 155 in the money. Sorry, got busy there. It's 155. I think we took around one. I'm on another screen. 125, 130. Those contracts are about $1.60. That's about 20%. Not bad so far. Okay. Exclusive's good. He takes trims along the way. You can do that. If I got 100 contracts, fuck yeah, I'm gonna trim 10, 20, 30% along the way. I'm not waiting for a banger. But if I'm a couple cons in, everyone has to know their sizing. You know, for somebody, you know, a small account, couple cons, that's the whole thing. You got to treat that like. You got to treat that serious.
Trading since 1994.
Yeah, it's all about how you.
We have a dinosaur in the chat. No, I'm just kidding, man. I welcome your experience, man. I love finding people that have been trading for years and years and years, because at the end of the day, I mean, you know, the market is forever changing and there's different catalysts, different fundamentals, different technicals. But in reality, history, I'm a firm believer, Mark Twain, that, you know, history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. And I do think that we are seeing that through this market cycle. All right, so AMD is seeing a pretty big sell-off there. We are nicely in the money. I'm still looking for more. I still think the S&P has to test the well, it doesn't have to, but I still think the S&P tests at least 483 today. You know, again, you're seeing oil push up here. Oil was actually down over 1.5% at the lows. Now it's only down 0.23. So let's digest this scenario where you have nat gas firm up, making a red to green reversal. That's one energy component. You have oil potentially trying to make a red to green reversal. That's another energy component. And then you have the dollar strong today, up on the session 0.18%, and you have the yield. So you have four big catalysts in place today to at least see the S&P take some profits. So I'm still expecting that this market sees a little bit of downside with those four negative catalysts in place.
Something I'm going to speak to regarding institutional rotation. Because
now there is a potential inverse head and shoulders on the 10-minute S&P 500 chart that I'm watching closely. It's tried breaking out a couple times here. It's been failing to do so. Look at this AMD short, guys. Look at this AMD short. We are absolutely printing here, guys. We're absolutely printing, already up at $1.30 per share. Beautiful, 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 beautiful to see. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Remember, we still have an SOXS long, which we're basically flat on, and we have an S&P 500. So we have 3 trades on the go right now. 3 trades on the go. Take a look at the most important semiconductor, AVGO. AVGO. Let's go to the 10-minute chart of AVGO. Below the EMA 113, AVGO yesterday had a decent technical breakdown of this trend line. You can see we actually retested it here today and got rejected. And now you could potentially be losing some key support here. So what I'm watching is this leading semiconductors under the EMA 113. That is bearish. But you have the S&P 500 holding above the EMA 113. You have the QQQ also really just hovering on that EMA 113. So when leading stocks start to lose the EMA 113, like this stock, it should concern you. You know, this is the heaviest weighted component in the X. So the semis are actually weak across the board, trading below their EMA 113. The SOXX is trading above. AMD is catching a little bit of a bid here, along with the SPY. SPY getting a nice technical bounce on that EMA 113. Still putting in lower highs. This was your high pop at the start of the session. Still putting in lower highs here, guys.
Short term. So there's things happening. Google's back at 10%, by the way. But again, the theme here that
44.58, good spot for intraday short.
It takes patience.
Yeah, 44.58 is. I mean, you would be right into this resistance. You know, 44.54 is here. I'm short already at 44.23 off of that big initial pop. Obviously, you know that. We're still trading into some really, really good resistance here. Trying to get above it right now. You know, you could even move this trend line up to your new pivot high, which would be around there. but I'm just going to keep it here for now because we are running into some resistance. Holding above support. So this is kind of your breakout support channel, and this is your resistance support channel. Which way is it going to break, guys? Which way is it going to break?
But you have quick update. Sorry, X. I'm gonna take Snowflake. This is gonna be a swing. February 16th.
All right, the dollar's trying to firm up a little bit more, guys.
February 16th, 210. Sorry, X.
No, you're good.
Oil stocks catching a nice continuation bid. Higher AVGO breaking down some more.
I don't even really need to talk about this too much. It's just the point is just be patient and stop trying to get rich quick. Stop trying to break the cycle. It takes years.
Bitcoin still holding above the EMA 113. Meta is a powerhouse today. It is outperforming pretty much everything across the session. Tesla has a pretty big sell-off here. AMD still continuing to make new lows. Let's see what this S&P is doing. S&P is still holding above the EMA 113, but then you look at AVGO, and again, AVGO should be telling us something here, guys. We are starting to lose that EMA 113, so AVGO is a big component in the semiconductor space.
Over the last few weeks I was trading, I was like, maybe I don't know everything. But
The S&P is still resilient here, guys. Still resilient. It's almost like we're in a little bit of a distribution pattern here. Energy stocks, rig flying up 3.32%. My members are long rig like no tomorrow. So we are banking tremendously here. Gold up 0.18, silver holding steady up 1.37, GDX up 1.2, VIX is down across the board. NVIDIA, Microsoft, AMD negative, Tesla up 1.8, Bitcoin down 1.6. Crypto stocks have started to get a nice little technical bounce.
aren't a sales pitch, that aren't to get you to buy a product, that aren't to get you to steer in a direction.
Exactly.
It'll mold you into a better trader because those are the things you can control.
All right, so the S&P is pushing up here along with everything in the market.
I like Eli Lilly here, 625 calls this week, $4.30. I'm gonna grab it.
What's interesting is you still have Meta, Google, Tesla, NVIDIA, Amazon all trying to firm up, but Apple's been selling off from the highs. Still holding positive gains on Apple, but it is looking a little bit weaker. The S&P is trying to push up and break out yet again. Just going to draw in this little trend line of resistance from this pivot high all the way to there.
I shouldn't say a trim. I completely closed the options at 390 because I had strikes still out like 360, 380.
We just did a nice retest right back to the trend line here.
I caught that dip around 381. Started reposition.
Right now you have healthcare down, XLK down, XLF down. The rest of the sectors are positive. The industrial average is slightly negative on the session.
My meta posts, you'll see I've been very transparent lately with a lot of just trying to share a lot with you guys. But I'm long Meta January 17th, 2025 500s. Those are about $22 a con.
So Apple's fading here. Apple is starting to break down, technically speaking. Remember, Apple was strong off the open, off that gap up, holding steady. It is trying to break down here. We'll see, though, if this holds. Could be forming a little 1 minute inverse head and shoulders here, which would certainly help the S&P push higher here if that breaks. But you can see there's still a lot of sell side pressure there.
So watching that. Those contracts. Get that screen. We got those contracts around up 20, up 25. Let's call it up 25, and they're almost $2, right? So
Upper Bollinger Band should provide resistance. Yeah, it definitely should. It definitely should. Look at that big hard candle down right off of our short level. All right, so that might be the top in the market. You know, you had your initial reversal there, tried breaking out, getting rejected and smacked down. Let's see the 10-minute chart, just what this is looking like. So you can see here, try to ignore all these little moving trend lines, but you can see that you're trying to maybe put in this inverse head and shoulders. This would be your left shoulder. This would be your head. Now you're carving out a right shoulder. Where would your neckline be? I mean, technically speaking, this would be your neckline. You know, you could even maybe have a flat top neckline like that, which would definitely be helpful for the market. But I remain skeptical. Inverse head and shoulders near all-time highs have a weaker chance of playing out. So I guess the big level would be this flat top channel. That could be your flat top neckline. I mean, if you were to, let's just entertain this pattern, if you were to break out of that pattern, that's about a $1.48 move to the high side, which puts us roughly at that 485.60. That would be a new high on the SPY. AMD getting a nice big bid. Dollar's still at the highs, guys. So the DXY is still continuing to make higher highs here. Another higher high on the DXY, but the SPY is still trying to push up alongside with this dollar. Kind of a rare little phenomenon. I think the market is not believing the fact that the dollar is trying to rip and rally.
And for those who are curious about the spaces, they are all recorded, and I'm going to put together a document after the season ends with links to all the recordings, and you guys will be able to just tune in like an audiobook for free. So don't worry if you miss something or you can't remember something. It'll be
a little more green starting to appear on the screen. A little more green starting to appear. You still have all the indices green on the session. The IWM is leading the charge higher. Let's take a look at this IWM. The IWM never hit my short level. I had a short trade up at this 199 area, 199.30. There's still a chance that we can actually push there. You know, you can actually see that we're putting in this little bit of a rounding base. You can argue to say we have broken out on the Russell. A retest just occurred right now. That's bullish for small caps, so that's actually a nice little potential pattern. Bullish pattern on small caps. It's just that dollar being so strong leaves me slightly skeptical. I'm just seeing this as a distribution pattern here.
I was like Edward Scissorhands that day.
You know, I don't want to say it's like.
Again, I really don't think the market's going to truly break out unless AVGO firms up. I'm watching this on one of my other screens. Again, below the EMA 113 on the minute. This should drag the S&P and the Qs below its EMA. You know, you don't think one stock alone can do it, but it absolutely is a huge sentiment gauge for the whole semiconductor space. I'm a firm believer that semiconductors lead this market higher and lower. And since AVGO has the heaviest weighting and it's getting absolutely pummeled here, well, not pummeled, it's only down 0.5%, but the market is up. I still think that there's a great shot that the S&P loses its EMA 113, just like the AVGO stock. Let's look at the Qs. So you can see the Qs testing its EMA 113. Clearly the relative strength in the market is in the small caps and S&P. So clearly tech is under a little bit of pressure today. So EMA 113 is being lost right now on the Qs or tested. And again, AVGO is well below its EMA 113.
And that trade, and you guys don't know this, I was actually doing bananas, and behind the scenes, I was like, dude, this trade's up 20,000%. And then it was up 40,000%. I paper handed over 100,000%, and it went an additional 40,000%. So when I tell you that you can never predict what will happen in this market, no one will ever predict.
I still have a downside target on the Qs, 418.15 here. And that's from this head and shoulders that did trigger. You are trying to get above it right now, but we'll see. All right, AVGO is catching a little bit of a buyer's bid. That may help the indices. Still in this distribution holding pattern here. I'm still holding my AMD short. Still holding my S&P short. We're in the money on both of those trades. A little bit of a head and shoulders potential on AMD here, 1 minute chart. Your neckline, you're triggering the neckline break right now. Basically, if this pattern holds and triggers, you have about another 1% down, basically almost testing this double bottom zone on AMD. We'll know in 10 seconds if this pattern triggers. As of now, it is triggering. As of now, AMD is triggering this little intraday head and shoulders pattern. That's super, super bearish. Take a look at the S&P, guys. Take a look at the Qs. Qs just went negative, guys. Qs just went negative below the EMA 113. Look what is happening to AVGO, way below the EMA 113. So a little bit of a learning, a teachable moment is you find the leading stocks. You always want to understand how stocks are weighted in ETFs. You want to go through the SMH. You want to go through the SOXX. You want to go through the Qs. You want to go through the S&P. Always pay attention to those heavier weighted stocks because often they will give you some insights before the actual market has a breakout or breakdown. The leading stocks always lead the market higher and lower. So again, we have a downside target on AMD now down here. That looks like it's going to be very, very probable in hitting. That would imply if we make a 2%, 3.37. I'm roughly short 250 shares on AMD, so that would be a nice little gain for me. Look at this sell side pressure coming in, guys. This is beautiful to see. Let's see if we can get some more. Come on. Keep flushing. Keep flushing.
So there's been a little bit of a deflation, but it's still extremely risky. So the people that were
Apple's starting to break down a little bit more now.
all got right.
Google's still holding firm.
You'll see, I made 100,000%. I made, you know.
S&P is definitely stronger than the Qs.
In autos, you know what I mean? Like that's 100% just in case it goes crazy, in case it breaks. You know, I'll put $20 here. I'll put $100 there. No one's putting 100,000% on $1,000. We wouldn't be having this conversation because I'd be in a remote island somewhere. You know, because at the end of the day, those types of gains only come from like 5, 10, maybe $20, which turns.
All right, so you're starting to see Meta now sell off from the highs just a little bit. That's been another leader today in the mega cap space. Apple looks like it wants to go negative on the session. Let's see what the S&P is doing again. S&P is still holding above that EMA 113, guys. That's bullish for the SMA or for the SPY. Tech is definitely under pressure. NASDAQ is down 0.05%. NVIDIA down 0.5%. Microsoft down 0.33%. AMD down 1%. Tesla up 1.2%. But Tesla has had a nasty reversal. I mean, Tesla just is so oversold compared to the actual market. But look at this huge pop. Sell side, lower high, sell side. You take out this zone, you're going to go back to gap fill. So, I mean, mark on your charts this little support zone here. You lose that, and it's a short down to gap fill. Wow, Qs are getting absolutely hit much, much harder here than the SPY, which naturally this should drag down the SPY. AVGO is getting a nice bounce though now. Dollar's still trying to push up here, guys. Dollar is still trying to push up.
Dump here, but nothing crazy. Adobe, if we were true to our 50% above break even, could get stopped out or lose some run.
All right, guys, I'm covering AMD here, 166.43. I just took profits on AMD, 166.43. I do think it goes lower, but I'm seeing that AVGO trying to firm up. I still have my SOXS long, which are basically flat on that trade, and I obviously have my S&P 500 short, which are up. So we just took profits on AMD, nice little win. That's our second winning trade of the session. We still have an SPY short and an SOXS long. So look at this technical breakdown coming into the SPY. This is beautiful. Pay us, please, and thank you. Pay us, pay us, pay us, pay us, pay us. Beautiful. That's lovely, guys. DXY, new high of day. DXY, new high of day. Apple's just about to go negative on the session. A 10-minute bear flag forming on, well, it's not really a bear flag because you have too much of a wick there. I'm not even going to say it, but I was looking at Microsoft. Meta pulling in from the highs here. SOXS firming up. Beautiful, beautiful job here, guys. DWAC call. Trump can sweep big tonight. Yeah, you know, DWAC has been flying. It's super, super risky. Look at that big dump. Holy. Damn. Damn. That pays. A little bit of an inverse head and shoulders potential here on DWAC. Let's see if we get a break of this little neckline. We get a break. We can play this on the long side, guys. That's about an 11% potential swing. Nareesh. Oh, Nareesh. I always thought that was Anthony commenting. Good morning, Nareesh. Welcome back. Whoa, look at that S&P. It's still trying to sell, guys. We are still short, holding strong. SOXS is paying. But I want to pay close attention to this DWAC because I know it has some positive momentum in this name. Let's just see where we are on the daily chart. So, yeah, I mean, you're still holding up here. But let's pay close attention to this DWAC. I'm still watching. SPY's breaking down. All right, guys, I am going to do a high-risk trade here. Come on, DWAC. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you're made of. Super, super risky playing this, guys. It's had a huge move. Huge move. DXY surging here. DXY is surging. Still holding my S&P 500. All right, guys, I'm going to go long DWAC here, 44.60, 44.60. I just got filled. Small position sizing because this one has outsized moves. 44.60, long DWAC. Let's play ball. All right, I'm going to stop out of the trade. Let me just see here. If I'll give it till this white trend line. We get a 1 minute close below this level. With a hard stop, I'll stop out. Come on, DWAC. Push up. Oil's still holding firm here. S&P still under pressure. Still holding short the S&P. Let's see if we can get a break of this little neckline.
I'm not like a paper trader. Like I'm a little bit of like a starting trader, but like a trader that needs to make money from this. I decided to be a trader, so I have to put risk to it. Okay, but I'm not gonna fucking put it on like we just said. This week's expiration or that lotto, like Exclusive explained well. That's like, you know, $20 can turn into 10,000% or et cetera, et cetera. Okay, this is kind of the way I'll approach it. Maybe out of that 10,000, 1,000 or $1,500, I'll trade for that week.
Come on, DWAC. Firm up.
And then
so we're still we took profits on AMD. We're still holding our SPY short and our SOXS long. We're in the money on both. I'm still expecting more downside. You did have Apple go negative there, so you have now Apple, Microsoft negative. Oh, Apple's actually positive right now.
And then somewhere in there, 4 or 5%, I have to do for my. This is the way I trade. I have to create a placeholder of shares. What's that mean? I have to buy one fucking share of Amazon or one share of Shopify. All right, that's $150 and $90 and $80. That's $230 of the $500. I have 5% I allowed to budget for that. Why? Well, what's the placeholder mean? It's psychological. Okay, and this game is so much psych. This game is so much fucking.
All right, guys, we're trying to see DWAC push here and curl. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, DWAC.
But one of the good psychological tricks here.
Make America great again.
Is that I say to myself, okay,
DWAC.
I'm gonna.
It's crazy these special acquisition vehicles that we trade, you know, just to make money. What a shite company long term. You know, I would never put long term capital in here, but certainly for a trade, this is what we're in, right? We're here to make money. And if there's a volume vehicle to do so, look at this push, guys. Look at this push. Come on, DWAC, breakout. No, don't do it. Stay strong, DWAC. Stay strong. Come on. Come on. Breakout. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Get ready. The volume's increasing on the breakout. Here we go. All right, I'm moving stops to break even. I just put a break even stop at 44.60. We are printing here. Come on, DWAC. Get to target. I have an upside target of 49.40. Don't know if I'll hold it that long, but come on. All right, guys, I'm moving stops up here to 45.22. We are banking here. Let's go. Let's go.
You take a small percentage of that, and then if it works out.
All right, I'm moving stops up to 45.67, guys. 45.67. I'm going to keep moving stops up as we push higher here. You have a 50.7 target there, Nareesh. Oh, my God. Don't sound like Brandon. Oh, you guys crack me up. All right, DWAC's pushing. I'm moving stops up to 46.17. We are locking in at least 3.56%. Come on, DWAC. DWAC. One little push. One more little push higher here. Come on. Come on. Push. Get your big ass up there. I'm moving stops up. 46.77 stop. We're into some resistance now, guys. All right, my stop was just tagged. Boom. Beautiful, beautiful. 4.76% gain. Another winner. Another winner. I love your picks, Nareesh. I love your picks. Keep putting them in there. Look at that. We just banked on, I wouldn't even have looked at DWAC if you didn't comment on it. So we just banked 4.67% there on that trade. Thank you, Nareesh.
That can never be taken away from you.
What a beast. What a beast.
230 can never be.
All right, S&P finding some rejection here. You know what? I'm actually just going to split this screen, guys. And I want to look at DWAC here. I want to keep my eye on it because it is such a high flyer here. You know, and you have triggered a little bit of a bullish pattern. So on DWAC, we could actually look for a retrace here. Back to this previous little neckline breakout. We can look for a retest and buy. Again, it's super, super risky. Dollar's still trending near the highs. Anybody that's not looking at the YouTube comments, when Nareesh comments something, you best pay close attention to it because, damn, ever since you've been tuning into my streams, you've been on fire. On fire.
You created a process, and everyone's like, I want to find some Discord so I can create this. You just write this fucking down right now. I'm gonna give you a fucking process. Okay? You just created a process. All right.
All right, SPY come in. I'm still holding my SPY short. I'm still holding my SXS. Look at this DXY ripping, guys. Holy shit. Look at this DXY ripping. Daily chart. We're breaking out of this flag pattern here, guys. We're breaking out of this flag pattern. You're well above the daily EMA 113. And oh my goodness, you look like you want to head a lot higher here. A lot higher.
You did this consistently, and then something along the line worked out in your favor.
Just going to draw in the next resistance pivot, which is right around here.
It didn't quite stop you out. It stopped at 60%, and then the fucking thing went 200-300%. Okay? And now you've got 2 shares already of Amazon and Shopify.
Look at the S&P. We're still selling here. We're still selling on the S&P. As that Dixie pushes, that S&P is falling here, guys.
What do you have now? You have 10 shares each. Now,
all right, so you have the Q's negative. SPY's about to go negative here, breaking a key pivot zone. We'll just go back to the one screen here. We are below all of the resistance points. Notice how we got rejected at the neckline. We got rejected at the downsloping. And now the next support is really this little pivot here. You can even see that if we lose this little channel, I'll draw in here.
You're writing this down. A round lot is 100 shares of any said stock. When you get a round lot, what happens? Just put in and talk about. What's this mean? I'm new to this stuff. What's an option contract?
So you can see we're losing this support zone here. Below the EMA 113, we're in bearish environment. Dixie's still ripping here, guys. The DXY is still just absolutely flying high.
So there's things in the derivatives world, which is now like, oh, I just do shout outs and here puts and calls. You're in the derivatives world, my friend. And in the derivatives world, there's a lot of things you can do once you have a round lot. You can write covered calls, do covered puts. You can do things in the market that create income streams almost favorably to you because you just became an owner of an asset. You became an owner of this apartment building or a car that you could rent out to someone else. You could own it and collect income on it. Your 5 shares became 10 shares, your 10 shares became 20, but at 20 you wanted it to be 50, and 50 you're like,
All right, the DXY is now at 0.34%, and this is on the back of no data. So one thing, a caution, a little bit of another teachable lesson here, since I'm in the mood of sharing some knowledge here, some wisdom. We've banked tremendously. When you have the DXY ripping and there's no news, there's absolutely no economic data today that came out. This is just a pure fundamental move, showing that the dollar wants to trend higher, showing that maybe inflation is entrenched, maybe there's some sort of political scare, maybe there's another war that's going to break out. There's a lot of different things that could rally the DXY, but we've had absolutely zero economic data today, and this DXY is breaking not only intraday bullish flag patterns, you have an hourly flag pattern breakout. Take a look at this hourly flag pattern on the 4-hour chart. Let's just do a measured move scenario. Take your low to your high to your low. Take a look at that. That suggests the dollar could have a move all the way to 104.58 off of this flag pattern. Do I think it's going to complete today? No. Do I think it could get to the 618? Yeah, that would be around that 104 area. You get to 104, and that's a huge critical tightening zone for emerging markets. It's certainly not out of the realm of possibilities today. And the S&P is not liking that right now. So again, the dollar is rallying from what? We've had no economic data. It's just a pure buy the dollar scenario. Do the dollar bulls know something? I gave the buy signal to my members on this dollar, along the dollar with a nice chunk of our portfolio. We bought the UUP right here, 26.98. We went long the UUP. Almost picked the near-term low. And like I said, it's a nice way to position your cash in your portfolio. This is technically a cash position, betting on the dollar. And we're already up 3%. So our cash is making us a nice chunk of change here just by being long the dollar. Do I think, this isn't a huge speculation play like DWAC. We're not looking like for 10, 50, 1,000% gains here. But it certainly is one where you can protect capital in the near term if you think that there's a big bullish reversal. All right, let's go back to this S&P 500. I'm still riding my shorts. I have not covered that. You have seen semis start to firm up across the board.
I want you guys to get a feel of who I am and how I feel about the community. You got to earn your right to be a doctor. You got to earn your right to be a lawyer.
Thank you, Mike. Stream's better. Yeah, I had to call Bell, my provider, and they were fiddling around with the connections all in the area, and I only really noticed it when I started downloading my videos, my members analysis videos. When I started downloading it to upload it to YouTube, it was so slow. It was like I was on dial-up connection. So I appreciate you guys letting me know that. I did have to call them yesterday, and I'm glad it's much better today. Hopefully it stays that way because, you certainly pay these people enough. And, my Wi-Fi, I pay about $120 a month just for my Wi-Fi to have the best connection possible in my area. And it's always frustrating when it starts to lag and not perform as optimally speaking. So I do appreciate you guys letting me know that yesterday. Do I follow TLT? Yes, I do follow TLT. So that's the 20-year bond play. TLT getting decimated. So I'm in the camp that actually yields go up. Reason being is if you look at, I like to follow the 10-year yield, but really you can follow anything. If we look at this 10-year yield, what potential pattern did we trigger here? We broke the neckline. That's a nice inverse head and shoulders pattern. Broke the neckline. You're consolidating here. You back tested your previous support zone. This is a big support here, big support here, big support here. This 4.1. You had a rejection off the EMA 113 on the daily, back tested support. Now you're holding above that. I'm bullish on yields. Full disclosure, I'm actually long TNX with my members. We bought TNX here at 391. So we are long TNX. I'm expecting yields to at least push up to 4.36. So this is a 10-year yield play. I'm expecting yields to push up. Now, we're in a weird scenario. We could actually see the short end of the curve weaken as the long end of the curve pushes up, and that's going to be a huge detriment to stocks. Let's just take a quick peek at natural gas because it has had a nice little bullish recovery off the lows. It is getting absolutely pummeled. I've been keeping my members away from this. I actually had a day trade level on nat gas right at 210. You can see here it never quite hit my day trade long level.
Pull up your charts and type in BTC USD, Bitcoin US dollar.
But this could be putting a little inverse head and shoulders here. Pattern is still a little bit premature, but it could be putting in a nice little bullish reversal. I still think it goes lower, believe it or not, but I think that this is a technical level that should sustain at least a 1 to 2, maybe a weak bounce here. So watch for this potential here. You know, if you get a break of this neckline now on nat gas, we could have a nice little potential rally to play. That's about a 3% gain that could come into nat gas here. So keep that on watch. Keep a nat gas window open. You do have the DXY trying to soften here a little bit.
And this is just a retracement and then a rally based on math. And there are specific algorithms, there are specific strategies, there are specific things.
All right, guys, I'm shorting AMD again. I'm going to short AMD again. Shorting AMD here, 167.92. 167.92. We're going back to the cookie jar. We are going back to the cookie. This is just a 1/3 position. I still have 2 more entries I'll add to the position. Hitting the EMA 113 on the 2-minute chart here. So we are short. We are short. We are short. AMD. Remember, AMD has triggered a head and shoulders. And now what's interesting about this is you actually have another head and shoulders pattern on AMD. If you draw a neckline like this, that's actually a bigger downside move that could come to fruition if you trigger this neckline. That's always the case with head and shoulders patterns. You have to break the neckline. So target 1 is here at 165. Now we have a second target if we break that neckline. And you can see the market is selling off here.
Everything that has to do with money is based on math.
Fucking hear and preach. You know how, like, I literally, some of my posts were like, learn math. Like, at the top of the post.
I think that is all it is. Stop making it about indicators and thousands.
DXY putting in a new high. DXY putting in a new high. This is a little bit of a bearish pattern playing out on the SPY. I do have a long level on the SPY, but it's much, much lower. I mean, we have a big, big gap fill that if we flushed into this in the next 10 minutes, that's a long level. But really, I mean, if you look at this huge move we've had, let's just throw up a fib retrace from this low here to this high. You can see that just a pullback to this little gap fill would be your first fib level. I still have a downside target of roughly this 480.34. I hope the market flushes into that, you know, before say 1:30, 1 o'clock, because I would love to play this for a little bit of an afternoon bounce. You know, a nice flush on the 10-minute chart through the EMA 113. Let's see if we can get that. Dollar, whoa, look at this dollar, guys. Holy, I'm surprised the market has not reacted. Look at this parabolic rise. There's absolutely no fundamental economic data today that is causing this dollar to just rip. And you got an hourly chart breakout here. 17 minutes we'll have an hourly chart breakout. You've just hit your first 50% target here on the DXY, and it is still holding firm. So I'm very shocked. You know, look at the Russell 2000. Now the Russell just went negative, completely given up. That's a sentiment gauge. This market's probably going to go lower. The Russell was the strongest indice, and it's responding to the dollar. It's absolutely giving it up, guys. The Russell is absolutely giving it up right now. Expect the S&P to follow suit here. Especially if that dollar hits 104 today, you're going to see probably a 1% down day in the Qs, 1% down day in the SPY, maybe even more. Maybe even more. That emerging market signal is going to get absolutely triggered.
Crypto, Cam, Dead Money, Debo, some of our real close friends and listeners out there right now. You guys remember
Mike Nielsen's Liquid Fire. Beautiful, Mike. Welcome to the YouTube stream there. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
exclusive just said.
Appreciate all the views, guys.
And I
Apple's still strong. NVIDIA's still holding near the highs. Bitcoin's had a tremendous bounce off of that 38,600 level, that EMA 113. We're seeing the SPY now break down some more, guys. SPY is breaking down some more.
The math that he puts into his pattern analysis, it's mind-boggling. Like, I can't even keep up with it, and I like to consider myself, like I said, a pretty decent
All right, so that has been negated, that little upside target.
Remember, guys? Remember I did this following? I kept laying out the math on NVIDIA. I kept explaining it. I even did like a deeper analysis for those that remember with the shares outstanding, how to calculate that, like a deeper thing. But then I did what's called the simple math. Once you got that complex part, that gave you like the numbers to plug into like an algebra formula, right? So I did that hard part for people, and I showed my work. But then there's like media math, where like you still need to know how to like work a model. And I gave everybody the numbers, and then I explained how Wall Street, how analysts literally, because I was going to be one.
Google Meta still ripping here. Qs are diverging. Qs are now the strongest indices. So the Qs went from the weakest indices to the strongest indices. So now you're seeing potentially some capital rotate out of the risky small caps. Risk appetite is weakening here and moving into some of the safer names like the QQQ tech heavy sector names. But the S&P, big breakdown there. We're still short at this 484.23. We are still short. And we're still long SOXS. Whoops. How's that DWAC pump doing? Is there any news on DWAC that I need to be, did I miss more? Okay, I mean, not a bad move into resistance. Again, a retrace to this neckline could be played on the long side. This one has a lot of momentum to it.
And money revolves around math. This is why I wanted your point. You were like, I'm rambling. Your point was like one of the fucking most crucial points of the entire stock market. Okay, math. I'm rambling. No, you're not fucking rambling. Fucking key fucking goddamn episode 4 rant. All right, and the mathematics behind that, there was no way. Let me get a screenshot real quick. And
So the SPY is continuing to break down. Dollar's still holding near the highs. It's taking a little bit of a breather here. It is taking a small breather. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we tried getting a little pop and retrace back into this resistance zone here, retesting maybe the EMA 113 there on the 1 minute chart. Let's look at this 30-second chart. So we're on the 30-second chart of the SPY. Do not recommend trading on the 30-second chart. You know, we can even go on the 1 second chart. Let's go on the 1 second chart. If anybody watches this, moves look like crazy moves. I don't like trading on the 1 second. We can go 10 second. We can look at the 10-second chart. Look at this resistance on the EMA 113 10-second chart. Rejected here, rejected here. We're above it, bounce, above it, bounce, above it, and then rejection. So this is going to be an interesting level to watch, the 10-second chart here. We're still short. You know, I'm probably going to get a big move down or up, and I'm going to get scared of this 10-second chart. But we'll watch it for now.
Posted a couple of charts this night. Like Crowd had an evening star, just working out. SPY had kind of like an evening star too, and we could obviously see a little bit lower here by about $1.10 maybe. If we break lower than that, obviously a little weaker, but I think more so an inside down, just a little up and down movement. I would be watching IWM soon. Would be watching. Ooh, okay. Actually, I'm not watching anymore. I'm taking a trade on it.
So the dollar's finding some resistance. S&P is trying to push up here.
From 1 trillion. It wants it. It wants it.
Yes. So let me ask you a question. How many 1 trillion companies does it take to screw in a light bulb? No, I'm kidding. How many $1 trillion companies does it take for SPY to be at $550 or $600?
Where are we now? Probably 2 more.
MU is with the hammer and on side of the long $8 calls.
Mikey, it could happen with just the ones we already have, but I feel like
No, it's not. It'll happen with more.
I would take a Tesla, a Berkshire Hathaway, or a Eli Lilly getting up there.
Eli Lilly and Berkshire Hathaway. Really?
Berkshire Hathaway is 200 bill away. Tesla is 330 away. Eli Lilly is.
Watch IWM calls here.
But Berkshire switch has because that's like conglomerate.
Yeah, it would take Apple down.
All right, so we're still seeing the indices sell off here. Dollar still holding near the highs. Mega cap tech is the strongest. You have all indices just flipped negative on the session, guys. All indices just flipped negative. So watch for potentially some more downside to resume in this market. It would not shock me. Markets have not really reacted to the stronger dollar. The small caps reacted today, but really you haven't had a broad market reaction from the mega cap tech. They still are holding firm.
You see, $dollar today.
Yeah, look at that. Dixie, PNX, back up to 4.14. You know, it's just like if you look, we're just sideways. We're going to make a move soon, but I am.
Anybody watching anything else right now?
A larger time frame for yesterday, from what I saw on SPY.
GCT, more legs. Let's take a look at GCT. I'm going to get off this 10-second chart. That's crazy. It's pretty ridiculous watching the 10-second chart. Giga Cloud Technologies. What's the market cap on this bad boy? I've never traded this stock. Volume 1.3 million, average 30-day 2.6. That's good. About $1 billion. So a very small cap stock. It's actually, yeah, this is looking extremely bullish. The only issue is it hasn't been trading very long. Getting a nice potential bull flag break above the short-term moving average. You back-tested support here. So you had a big support range here, which you held above. So that's actually bullish, the fact that you held above support and you're above the short-term 3-day moving average. Let's see the 4-hour chart looking clean. 1-hour chart looking exceptionally clean. See this trend line here. So basically, yeah, this one looks like it wants to break out some more. You're right into the resistance point right now. So I can't buy resistance. I want to see an hourly breakout here. We could get it though. We could get the hourly chart breakout. I'd wait for it to actually give us the definitive signal, because if you get a breakout here of this potential, what I could see actually unfolding here, you have this nice base here, V-shaped recovery. That's exceptionally bullish. Whenever you see almost like this bearish consolidation here and then a big capitulation breakdown and then a V-shaped recovery, it's almost similar to what Save Airlines did. Very similar, where you have this huge sell-off, bear flag, capitulation, V-shaped recovery. Now look at Save Airlines. I mean, if you just bought that little V-shaped recovery, like look at that move. So what was the ticker again? GCT. Thank you. GCT. So GCT, I actually think it could come down and create a little bit of a, maybe we get like a little bit of a right shoulder here. I would love to see that type of pattern, because then you do have a nice inverse head and shoulders. You could argue that this is potentially going to be a neckline. You have your big head. I want to see if this can curl and make a right shoulder. But again, we break out of this little bullish pattern here. Let me see if I can calculate a little measured move target. So we're holding above the EMA 113 daily chart pattern.
Next big one we got looked like February 6th, 7th, 8th. That's 10-year and 30 years. It's a big boy.
So it's a 205% move from this low to high. You retraced. You gave back 32% of it. RSI still has a lot of room to run. Even on the weekly, we're getting a little overbought, but that's typically where the biggest moves happen. You're inside of that weekly hammer candle on volume.
This was a A-plus fucking setup that I missed.
$100 contract enters VXS scale down to runners.
Let's go, Maple.
Thank you, sir.
Maple's over there. Just if Maple's quiet, just know he's over there just stacking right back up.
It's
It has.
I just entered some calls.
Yeah, we could see another 63% rally in this name. That's definitely a little bit of a clean looking ticker, but yeah, watch for a right shoulder development. Watch for this to, you want to hold above the EMA 113. Preferably you want to hold above this red bar breakdown zone. But even if you dip below that, just watch for a right shoulder to potentially develop here and curl. I want to see this dip a little bit and then start to curl back up. All right, SPY still just trying to push up here, still underneath the 10-second EMA 113.
If it breaks 17.3, it should get a really nice pullback. It's got a shooting star on the daily. And a gap to fill to the downside. Just 16.8. So that would be target if 17.3 is lost on PLTR.
Yeah, I just made a prediction for Meta. Meta by the end of the day. I ended up I messed above. Going off the combos we've been having. Meta feels like it's been strong today. I took some NQ longs here, risking runner base first off 10 minutes. 200 EMA as well as 10-minute CBC. Very nice, very nice. Holy Jordy. Hey, first.
This is previous. This is previous.
Is it another leg up top? It's another leg up ski time. Spinning and since the open, baby. Well,
Right over the daily range.
SPY 5-minute reversal signal. Trying to trigger here if it can get above 483.35.
no, back to 72.5%.
Might be time to get into the snow.
Oh, these calls are up 10% so far, 11%.
You got the 200 Sharky in the money, baby.
Let's go.
Oh.
Is there a potential bear on LTC? Let's take a look. LTC Properties, I assume that's the ticker we're looking at. Oof. Let's go to the daily chart. Yeah, this chart looking like it wants to go down. You can see that tried breaking above the EMA 113, got rejected here. This one's probably going lower. Definitely going lower. Let's see if we can just do some simple channel analysis. Just erase this a little bit. Yeah, so you can see LTC has been chopping in this channel. Low pivot, high pivot, high pivot, low pivot, low pivot, high pivot. Center point of the range. An attempt at a breakout here looks like it's failed. That is a weekly chart failure. So this does lead me to think that, especially if we lose this little zone here, this is a big support zone. If you lose this support zone, you're probably going to retest. Let me just see here. Yeah, you lose that zone here. You're going to retest this $28, $29 area and potentially even the lower boundary range of this channel. That's not a healthy looking chart. Let's see where the 200 weekly EMA is. Yeah, you're well below it. Let's see the 50. See how you got rejection on the 50? I think you can short this name if it pops into the 50 week every single time, and then if you get a weekly close above it, then that's kind of your stop out there. Hopefully that helps there. LTC definitely looking nasty. The one thing about this, I didn't do a volume check. Let me just double check the volume. Super light volume, so only average volume is 256,000. I don't trade names like this. I like to see over 1 million shares of volume just because I want to be able to get my money in and out very quickly. You know, when you have 256,000, you might be days where it takes like 5, 10, 20 minutes to fill my orders. I don't like that. So just be careful with light volume names. You do have a strong tendency to overshoot in both directions. It's a little bit harder to do technical analysis on light volume names because they have that ability to overshoot and undershoot. It's much easier to pump these stocks and slaughter these stocks with only 256,000 shares. But definitely a bearish pattern. I mean, you can even argue that you have this, let's see here, this left shoulder, this head, this right shoulder on the daily chart. You know, your neckline, technically speaking, could be roughly, it would be from this pivot here, which you got to close above, but you could actually draw a new neckline there. So you trigger that neckline, you have a pretty big downside move. I'm just getting a phone call, guys, so I'll be right back. Hey guys, so I'm back here. We're still holding our S&P 500 short. I have not covered that one. I still think that there's more downside in this market, although we're getting a pop in the Qs. Mega cap tech is insulating this. You've had a big reversal in the small caps. Small caps were positive, up almost 1% on the session. Now they're negative. SPY is just hanging on by a thread to the positive gains here. You're even seeing the leading stocks like Alibaba seeing some weakness creep in. I'm still holding an AMD short, a SPY short, and an SOXS long. We're out of the money on our AMD and our SOXS, but we've taken a decent chunk of profit already on the session. You do have NVIDIA pushing up, Meta's strong, Google's curling down, Bitcoin's holding 39,000. Potential bear flag on the Microsoft chart, intraday chart. Dixie's pulled off of the highs, which is why the markets have had a little bit of a bounce. You can see the bounce in the SPY directly correlates to the pullback in the DXY. So a huge correlation continuing. And I mean, if this correlation continues where the indices sell off as the dollar pushes higher, if the dollar breaks out of this little flag pattern here, which it's trying to today, you can arguably say it has broken out on the daily chart. This suggests a move all the way up to 106.15. Again, 104 is the critical tightening zone for emerging markets. So I think as long as the dollar holds near the highs, we can short the pops in this market. I think it is. Now, there's a little bit of a potential inverted head and shoulders here on SPY. You're below the EMA 113. That's still bearish. You're creating lower highs right off of since the open. This is where we had that gap up open, push to try to break out. And we've just been putting in lower highs since. So technically speaking, it's a downtrend. Indices are still green across the board. Mega cap tech, like I said, is insulating this. Oil is trying to go green. Actually, oil did go green. So look at this bullish bias in oil. Oil is still just chugging along here, going from red to green, despite the DXY being strong. So what does this tell me? Well, this tells me that the DXY is likely going to have to push higher to really start to nip oil in the butt. Again, oil is on the near-term watch for a beautiful daily chart breakout. You have triggered this little inverted head and shoulders pattern. Breakout target is $84. We did get that bullish crossover a few days ago. I'm just going to turn on the 20 and the 7. You can see that when we got that bullish crossover here on the Thursday, it's been upside ever since. We got the bearish crossover here in October of 2023, and it was downside. So, very just simple moving average analysis on the oil chart. I am long oil stocks, personally speaking. I hold a nice position, a very, very large position in RIG, which we're actually in the money. I also hold a little bit of a position in XOM. This one's been a little bit of a lagger, but it is trying to firm up. And take a look at this beautiful little weekly candle off of that EMA 113 on the weekly chart. This is a massive support level that we haven't really tagged really since going back to 2021, where you broke below, broke above, or back tested it. I think we're in this period here where we're back testing in energy stocks off of this huge moving average. And then look at the run that energy stocks ended up making. 109% from this EMA 113 entry up. Boom. Huge run. What if we make that similar run? That would mean XOM could push up, a great deal. Now, I don't think it's going to go all the way this high, but I do think that there's a chance that we could actually net at least a double-digit gain from this level. The only concerning part is you have broken this trend, so I do expect at least a minimum retrace back up to this 104, 105 area. All right, let's see how the AMD position is doing. AMD has had a nice little bounce, but seeing some sell side pressure as we speak. AMD had that head and shoulders, which it just negated. So we are going to still keep this neckline in there, but these targets have been changed. So no longer valid right now. I'm still holding short at this 167.92. It's a half position. You can see AMD tried breaking out here. This might be a failed breakout. If this is a failed breakout, then we should get a big move. Since this breakout was yielding roughly a 2.87% upside move, if it was holding, you'd now simply take that down and you could see a AMD move today all the way back down to 163.38. Big potential downside swing if this does turn out to be a failed breakout, looking likely on the 10-minute chart. All right, let's move back to the S&P 500 here because we are seeing a pretty big candle down. if you get the bearish crossover here of the short-term moving average, so the yellow is the 7, the blue is the 20. This is the 1 minute chart. Notice when we got the crossover here, big downside move. You got the bullish crossover here, you've had a nice upside move. If these moving averages cross over again in bearish alignment, we're probably going to see another move down on the S&P of roughly 93 cents from the crossover. So that should take us to roughly a target of 482, likely fills the gap at 482.40. All right, so again, we are in a technical downtrend as of now, but it should yield a 93 cents. We get a bearish crossover, the yellow and the blue again, that should yield at least a 93 cent drop from the bearish crossover, just using the simple price history that happened earlier today. So I'm looking at that moving average very closely here. Qs are still strong, holding firm. Tesla's coming down. Apple's starting to weaken. NVIDIA's starting to weaken a little bit more. I still think Apple likely goes negative on the session. Again, it did briefly touch negative. You have Google now selling as well from the highs. So again, a lot of interesting potential patterns here that are suggesting more downside in the market. Look at this potential crossover. Let's look at natural gas. There is that inverse head and shoulders that I am watching still. Let's flip to the 10-minute chart of natural gas. Look at this, guys. This wants to break out. We got the right shoulder formation intraday. This wants to break out. I'm actually going to pick up some UNG here, guys. I am going to pick up a UNG long. Super risky, but 493 I just got filled. This is a 1/3 position on UNG. 1/3 position on UNG at 493. Let's move back to the SPY. So we are long UNG at 493, and I'm expecting a potential breakout of that inverted head and shoulders pattern on nat gas. Nat gas is definitely oversold. Definitely oversold. All right, SPY is about to get this crossover. Watch for that crossover to happen very shortly here. We're flat on our AMD trade. We're in the money on our SPY. I'm still holding short from that high pivot earlier today. Our SOXS, we're basically flat on that trade. Bitcoin's now selling off even more. SMCI is still holding on to positive gains. Save Airlines up 11.78%. Mega cap strength. Apple's positive. Microsoft's negative. Amazon's positive, Google's positive, NVIDIA's negative, Tesla's positive, Meta's outperforming up 1.23%. JP Morgan, a leading financial stock, is down on the session. Eli Lilly getting taken out today, down 1.23%. AVGO is just slightly negative. Netflix holding strong ahead of earnings. Strength in Verizon, weakness in Russell. All indices just flipped negative. The bearish crossover is about to happen, guys. The bearish cross is about to happen. All right, let's look at some of these comments. Narish, FTNT, another 10% upside, a big one. Fortinet, FTNT, I love trading this ticker. I haven't traded in a while. Let's see what is going. Ooh, outperforming in a weak market, up 2.8%. I'm starting to see your little strategies here, Narish. You're a little sneaky little trader there. You're a really good trader. Narish finding those relative strength plays. I love it, Narish. I love it. All right, FTNT. I'm just going to erase all these previous trend lines just to clean it up here. Bullish crossovers of these short-term moving averages. Let's see where the 50 is. Look at that. Bullish crossover there. Okay, you're above the daily 200 on Fortinet, FTNT. I'm just going to remove some of these trend lines. You're well above it. Oh, FTNT looks like it wants this gap. You clear this pivot here, which is your next little resistance at 65.68. You're going to go for gap fill. So even if you take a long entry, once you get a daily close above that, yeah, you could potentially have another 12, 14% upside easily in this ticker. Easily. That's not a bad looking chart. RSI, positively strong into the high band area here, but that's typically where the bigger moves happen. Let's see the volume. Volume right now is 2.96 million. You did have a couple heavy volume sessions here. So this is what you want to see. You want to see heavy volume on the breakout. Big gap up today. It's holding steady. The only thing I don't like is the earnings report is coming here. I mean, you can see on the last earnings report, you did have a big dip and then a bullish recovery. So that's the only concerning thing, is that the last two earnings report gap down, gap down. So if this gap downs, I would love to buy it. I would love to buy this ticker if it gapped down. But definitely looks interesting. I mean, intraday chart, let's see if there's a day trade. It's a little extended right now. You did get a 10-minute bullish close above this heavy volume candle. That's a positive. But right now you have the S&P breaking down some more. You do have the S&P breaking down. Look at this sell-off, guys. We are still short. And this is what I warned you about. Let's throw back on the 20 and the 7. Look at that. The bearish crossover happened here. And look at this downside, guys. You know, we don't have to overcomplicate trading sometimes. If you just simply find a few basic strategies that just keep it simple. The KISS method, keep it simple, stupid. And that's all it is. I mean, I just looked for a bearish crossover. We got that bearish crossover basically over here, and it's yielding still downside. I still have a move down to 482.53. It's close enough to the gap fill, which is at 482.40. Potentially a little bit of a swing trade. Oil is starting to move up. All right. Look up ZS. Is that Zscaler? Following the same footsteps. Zscaler. Well, the one thing about, funny you mentioned Zscaler. Is that what you're talking about, ZS? Yeah, I guess you are. The only thing about Zscaler, I actually informed my members of this. There was some big insider selling on Zscaler. That is, right now you've done a retrace back to the neckline. This is technical resistance. I would actually short this. You have a bearish divergence on the weekly RSI. If you got a weekly close back above this neckline, then you go long and you have a potential pattern. I see two patterns here. The bulls have an inverse head and shoulders from all the way down here. Upside target can take you to 332. However, bears have a weekly technical breakdown, left shoulder head, right shoulder. You've now done a perfect retest back to the neckline. Since we're at resistance, I'm more favorable to short here. I am more favorable to short here and just use that neckline as a stop loss. So again, FTNT, I'm going to try to find my comment here to my members, but I did do some insider buying and selling reporting on this particular ticker. I do recall it. Just give me a second here. Let me search my alert service. Sorry, Zscaler. I thought I had it here. It's all the way back in. Let me just try to find it. It wasn't that long ago I did that report. Okay, I stand corrected. It wasn't Zscaler. There was not insider selling. It was GTLB-CNM. Okay, I stand corrected. It was not Zscaler. My apologies. But still, technically speaking, you're at resistance. So you just want to be cautious here. Weekly RSI divergence, daily RSI divergence at resistance. This typically will yield some downside. You know, it doesn't mean the pattern's broken. This has had a beautiful move. I mean, you're talking about since October lows, a 50-60% move right into resistance. So I would naturally expect this to pull back. I would love to see it retest your previous support zone, which would be here. I would love to see it pull back into this 189, 190 area, and that would be, personally speaking, for me to go long. GCT is going. Let's take a look at GCT. Yeah, it's at the highs of the session still. It's at the highs of the session. Definitely a relative strength play. So if anyone hasn't noticed Narish's strategies here, a little bit of insights as she's playing, or he, sorry, I don't know if you're a male or female, but Narish, my apologies. Narish is playing relative strength here, looking for strong stocks in a weak market right now. Typically those have massive, massive upside moves, specifically because people like to pile in to the relative strength names. All right, S&P, you can see it's hitting this parallel channel that I have drawn back, way back in. We're holding support here. You held it once, got a bounce, but a bounce was a lower high. You're holding it again right now. I do think we sliced through that at some point today. You are getting a nice little bounce right now. I still think there's at least a drop down to this 482.50 area. Bitcoin's still holding at 39,000. The dollar's potentially taking a little bit of a breather. And again, if we get a bullish cross now of the short-term yellow, the 3, and then the 20, sorry, the 7 and the 20, so the yellow and the blue here, that means we could see some upside. And we could retest all the way back up to 484, give or take. But as of now, bearish patterns have triggered. You're putting in lower highs. Don't fight the trend. This is a trending day to the downside. I repeat, it's a trending day to the downside as of now. Tesla's almost gone negative on the session. Even as oversold on the daily chart as Tesla is, it's still trending lower here, guys. All indices are negative. The Russell leading the charge to the downside, down 0.48%. SPY and Qs are even down 0.8%. Sorry, 0.08%. It's a big difference. But lower highs are in place in this market, guys. Lower highs. Right now, you have a lot of sectors turning green. Both Dow Jones Transports and the Dow Jones Industrials have gone red. You have communications, materials, and energy strong along with staples, but then consumer discretionary, healthcare, utilities, real estate, technology, industrials, financials, all red on the session. So right now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sectors red, 1, 2, 3, 4 sectors green, plus the Dow components red. So majority of sectors are red, and you're putting in lower highs. Don't overcomplicate this today. It likely means we see more downside. All right, SPY just made a new low there on that wick low. It did make a new low. I'm still short AMD. We're basically slightly down on this trade. We're up tremendously on the SPY trade. We shorted at 484. I still think there's more downside here. Apple's still trying to firm up. Microsoft's trying to curl up. Tesla's curling down. Amazon's curling down. So it looks like more weakness is creeping into the consumer discretionary sectors. Energy again still remaining strong on the session. Dollars near the highs of the session. I still think the Qs could hit 417.80. I think it could pierce the 418 level today on the Qs. So paying close attention to the Qs. Still have yields green, VIX down on the session. Interesting to see the VIX still getting clobbered despite all indices being negative. A little bit of an interesting divergence there, definitely. was wondering why it was quiet. I need my
If you're under 25 Chiefs, not selling it doesn't hit your day trade.
Correct. That's the biggest thing.
Well, either way, this is a swing, so that's not a day trade.
Yeah, he swung it over tonight. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's also true. That's true. But like if you're in that boat where you make like 90, wait for 100 because then you get another day trade out of it. If you do.
Send me a direct message of what you said.
Yeah, send him a direct message of what you said.
So today you have market movers, the top gainers in the S&P 500. United Airlines up 6.81%. RTX, so that's Raytheon, up 6.1%. Verizon, Brown & Brown, Procter & Gamble, Southwest, Delta, American Airlines, Fortinet, Estee Lauder, Picard, Enphase Energy. The top decliners, 3M down 12%. Holy shit, I didn't even realize that. Let's take a look at, how come no one told me 3M was down 12%? No wonder industrials are getting absolutely killed here. Look at this disgusting chart intraday. Yikes. Yikes, guys. No one told me this was down 13%. Let's see if we have a day trade long here. We are coming up into some support. I see a technical gap right there. There's a big volume gap here. There's a big volume. So I'm just going to actually put that in right now. Volume gap. Volume gap. Okay, so that's a really, really interesting area. Let's throw up a fib retrace from this low to high move. Let's see what we're coming into. You see we're into the 618. Whoa, we're into the 618, guys. Okay. Just give us a second here. Give us a second here. We might have a long trade on 3M. This is risky, but we are into a really, really big support level as of now. Guys, keep this on watch. We're getting a nice bearish or positive divergence, higher lows on the RSI, lower lows on the price action. So that's working out well. This should see a technical bounce very shortly, guys. This should see a technical bounce. You kind of broke that little wedge. If the market wasn't so weak, this would be an epic opportunity to buy it here just for a day trade, guys, just for a day trade. SPY is looking for a new low of day. You also have DR Horton down 9.1, so a big home builder. Power, PWR, Quantiserve down 7.6. So home builders are under a lot of pressure here as well. What's interesting is you have RTX, or Raytheon Technologies, absolutely ripping up 6.2, but then you have Lockheed Martin down 2.84. Huge divergence. All right, guys, keep this one on watch. I am interested at potentially playing it long here. I just want to see how big this range is on 3M. Okay, it is a 1.38% range. Again, we are coming up into this huge support zone. It's a daily chart level, so this should yield a bounce of some magnitude. You can see we're actually piercing the 618 zone here. We are piercing the 618 zone. We're at the center point of the channel.
Man, if we lose 435 on SMCI.
Volume's picking up here, guys. Volume is picking up.
I got out of last my snow, 71%.
Nice. That was good play.
All right, guys, I'm going to go long 3M here. 94.60. This is a 1/4 position. 1/4 position. I just got filled at 94.60. We are long 3M here just for a quick little potential bounce. We are long 3M. I'll add to 3M here at 93.97. All right, so these are the three add levels on 3M. Basically started a position here. We'll add at 93.97, 93.35, and 92.72. This is just a day trade, little long. Still holding my S&P short. Still holding my SOXS long. Still holding my AMD short.
The Microsoft puts are back at entry here, so if you're getting emotional, you don't like the trade anymore, there's nothing wrong with just cutting it here and then moving on. The updated SPY chart is
AMD, we're in the money. SPY, we're in the money. SOXS, we're flat. Come on, AMD, get us a little bid here. 3M. It's starting to uptick a little bit here, guys. Starting to uptick. It's still a very, very weak name, and the market is weak. So this is risky. We're trying to bottom pick here. It is risky. Fortune favors the brave, though. Volume's coming in. That's what we want to see. Volume is coming in.
Alright, SPY, new low of day. Let's go.
SPY just made a new low of day. You have semis starting to weaken some more now. Tesla just went negative, I believe. Tesla just went negative. Let me just take a quick peek here. Tesla, nope, still positive. Amazon, Microsoft, NVDA, all negative in the mega cap space. Apple, Google, Tesla, Meta, and UNH still holding some positivity.
Sure. Did you say you saw a bear flag?
Yeah, it just played out.
Let's look at that SPY again. That's trying to catch a little bit of a bounce here. Here you have the moving averages slowly starting to compress together. So that's telling me that the selling is slowly starting to slow. Potential positive RSI curling. I'm going to cover my SPY short here. I just covered at 483. 483, I just covered my SPY short. Still going to hold on to my SOXS and semiconductors, but I did just take profits on my SPY short. That's a full covering of the position. Banked a whole $1.22 on the trade. Congrats if you took that with us. So let's look at our long trade now. And we are also still holding our AMD short and our SOXS.
I feel like shit today, more so than yesterday. Not as congested, just like...
Looks like we are coming back down some more.
Chop, chop, right back up. Choppy.
Yeah, we were literally just riding this lower view up, man.
Shit's annoying, man. I just want low of day.
We just had low of day. What are you talking about?
Sorry, like, more low of day.
Sorry, I'm bidding it up.
Thank you.
More
Bidding it up.
Sharks.
Frankie. Where'd Frankie go?
I'm right here.
Frankie left.
Look at my PDD.
I know. I've thought about you.
I added that shit this morning in size. Was like, fuck this. I'm doing it. Hilarious.
I get.
Oh, look at that. It can't even get off its back. That's great.
Our spot puts are at entry here.
Oh my God. Open that high.
Excuse me. Apple, huge rip on Apple. Whoa, what is Apple doing? Apple's trying to have its party by itself here. Look at this move on Apple. Nice little flag consolidation here at the high end of the range. So if you break this range here, you could have a nice little potential move in these indices. Look at that little breakout. So that's a potential inverse head and shoulders on Apple. Roughly a 0.42% move that could occur. So Apple trying to firm up, lift this market.
Yes, sir.
They're what like.
All right, guys, I'm going to buy Apple here at 194.43. 194.43. If we get a 1 minute close back below this little neckline area, I will look to exit. Long Apple, 194.43. 194.43. This is a 1/3 position. I repeat, a 1/3 position long on Apple.
So SPY just went back above that 483.04. And if it starts to get candle closes below that level, flipping into resistance, it's going to go down and hit the bottom of that zone.
Yes, those are what mine look like, except I think you have the +3 and the -3 VWAPs on as well. I only have the VWAP and the -2 and the +2. But I see you have a few more lines, so I'm assuming you have some extras.
So 3M is going lower here, guys. 3M is going lower. Our next target is approaching here.
We fly high.
I like that wick on Apple. Smack back down to the EMAs.
Microsoft's getting a little catching a bit here.
I know. What the fuck?
But Microsoft looks like a bear flag to me, but it looks like it's a bear flag that's about to fail.
It's been a bear flag for so long. I'm just waiting for this 30-minute to decide if it's going to invalidate me or validate the downside.
What I don't like is that I'm in calls right now, and the day is looking more and more like a trend day.
You're still in calls?
Yeah.
So we're long Apple, we're long 3M. Started position on both. We are still short AMD in the money. We're still long SOXS, and we have a long on UNG, nat gas. So now you have 3M trying to uptick a little bit.
Yes. Just as an aside, right? But for our guys in our crew, like we just intraday or high low. We have 484.37 for the high, 483.64 for the low, pre-market low, 43.29. As long as we're below those two, we're looking at tomorrow or at yesterday's low and that session gap right now for next.
All right, so we're in the money nicely on 3M here. We are in the money. I'm just going to throw in a fib retrace from this low to high.
Like that's literally all. Like, if we lose that,
It's down over 12%, so I mean, you could expect from the lows here, you know, at least a 10%, a 1.2% bounce.
We're looking still downside trend.
We did just flip CBC green or bullish, but it's already given it back. I didn't even realize.
Heavy volume on the 1-minute chart in this area, really since you started falling here. Our average is, we're down about 16 cents on the trade, but that could be a sign that we're close to a bottom. I expect a minimum bounce to about 95.36, and then likely even this fib zone. This is where you had your breakdown here, your last breakdown. Could see a move down there. Let's look at our AAPL trade as well. That one is trying to firm up here. So again, we're long Apple, we're long 3M, long nat gas, short AMD, and long the SOXS. The only thing that I see is that the DXY is trying to push up again off of a flag pattern. So we're going to keep close grips on these trades. Keep very close grips on these trades. Get your big butt up there, Apple. Oil's starting to weaken, so that may help the indices, guys. Oil putting in an hourly reversal candle. Hourly topping tail on oil, which is probably going to be a positive catalyst for the market. The market likes softer oil prices. It really does. God, there was a huge news article on BBC. Maybe that's why the US dollar is rallying today off of no news, off of no economic data. BBC News says North Korea experts by nature, a cautious group who seek to avoid sowing panic, have been lifting reeling by two of their own. So the headline is Kim Jong-un, North Korea's leader, actually considering war? 7:39 a.m. This came out. So maybe that's what's spiking the dollar here. The article says, we believe that, like his grandfather in 1950, Kim Jong-un has made a strategic decision to go to war, wrote Robert R. Robert L. Carlin, a former CIA analyst and Siegfried S. Hecker, nuclear scientist who visited the North several times in an article on Specialist Site 38 North. That's never a good sign. A war is never a good sign. All right, so Apple, we're slightly in the money. Let's check out our AMD trade here. I'm actually looking at potentially covering some profit. You know, I'm going to ride this one. We've got some longs that are insulating us. We've already taken some profits. Look at this 3M chart, guys. It is starting to pick up, so we're in the money now on this trade, but I want more. I still think minimum FID level at 95.70. You know, if you're following the 10% rule, we're down 12%, a 10% bounce off of a 12.5% decline. We were actually down nearly 13%, so a 10% bounce off of a 13% decline from the lows is a 1.31% bounce. You can at least expect probably a 1.3% bounce from here. So look at this nice push. Guys, our two longs are starting to work out exceptionally well. Apple pushing higher here, trying to confirm yet again and push this breakout higher. So this is looking good. This is looking good. Come on, come on, come on. Push up there. Push up, push up.
I mean, if SPY goes higher, but Microsoft doesn't, I'm personally
All right, guys, I'm going to start protecting Apple. I'm seeing the Dixie charge for high of day. I'm going to put a stop loss in the money on Apple at 194.53. I'm locking in at least 10 cents, and I'm going to trail this as it moves up. So I'm locking in some profits on Apple regardless of the outcome. Still holding a 3M long as well. AMD short. Indices are trying to bounce up here. Indices are trying to bounce up. All right, I'm moving my stop up some more, guys. 194.58 on Apple, 194.58. You went long TLT there, Anthony? You went long TLT, eh? Yeah, that's not a bad situation. I'm long TNX, so oh, sorry, you're long TNX, so you're expecting yields to come down. You're expecting, so you're long TLT, which is obviously expecting yields to come down. So, I mean, this is what makes the market there, Anthony. I'm basically taking the opposite. Yeah, I covered my SPY short, Anthony. I did cover my SPY short. Basically, we took profits all the way down here at 483 even. I took profits at 483. We're testing the EMA 113, so you could find some rejection there. So we are long Apple now, Anthony. We took an Apple long entry at this 194.43. I have an in-the-money stop at 194.58. We're also long 3M. So 3M, we picked up some 3M shares here at 94.60. It's just a 1/4 position. So we have a couple long trades on the books. On the books, Apple may tag my stop. Apple just tagged my stop there, guys. Oh, we did not get it filled on the stop, but just because it was a hard wick. So I'm still holding. It never actually closed me in my brokerage. Still holding at 194.58 with the stop. It looks like we're going to get stopped out, but it's still holding.
21 EMA rejection there on SPY. You want to see the rejection off the 21, pull back and close below the 9 for the continuation for the lower lows, lower highs for the downtrend to continue.
That was literally the top of the trend, too.
Yes, sir.
Let's see if
Still holding Apple, guys. Still holding 3M. Still holding an AMD short and an SOXS long. Now you have Microsoft curling up to the high side.
I don't know what either of those two have to do with each other.
Dollar's still at the highs, but taking a small little breather here.
I need to go do two very important things, but I don't know where the chart is.
All right, guys, I just got stopped out of Apple there for a small 15-cent gain. Just got stopped out of Apple for a small 15-cent gain. Still holding our 3M trade here. 3M is trying to put in a small little base here. It's still super, super weak on the session off of its earnings. You know, it's leading one of the biggest decliners in the S&P 500 here. So as our positions right now, we have a short on AMD still. We're in the money. We have a long on SOXS, which we're basically flat, and we have a long on Nat Gas via the UNG chart, and we have a long on 3M. So 4 other positions. We've actually closed 100% winners today on the trades, and we're hoping to keep that record going.
Top tick for that can. You should just full skip. That's right there. Alright, did it close below the 9? Let's see. It did. So perfect. It could be. I mean, if it puts in a higher low right here, it breaks above.
If the dollar makes a new high today, the markets are going to see some more sell side pressure, guys. Remember, the Russell was the leading indice, and now it is the lagging indice. Small caps are showing signs of weakness.
CBC did flip bullish on the 1140 candle.
Yeah. Wow, look at you talking Eastern. I love it.
I'm trying to do the math as fast as I can in my brain, but if I can't do the math fast enough,
Sorry guys, my mic was muted. I was going over some shit here. I just sold my 3M. I repeat, I sold my 3M at that 95.23. That's a 0.66% gain, 62 cents per share. I'm out. I'm seeing Apple curl down and losing some key moving averages. You can see Apple is starting to break down here and potentially getting a bearish cross. Look at that. Apple's getting a bearish cross of the 7 and the 20. I'm short Apple here. I just got filled at 194.60. We are short Apple, 194.60. I'm still holding an AMD short and SOX long, but I'm short Apple, 194.60. We're getting a bearish crossover of those moving averages. Again, if we look at the SPY is into some really, really good resistance here. If you start losing this yellow moving average and you get a downward cross, that's a negative sign. And considering Apple's about to get that bearish crossover, it does suggest that the S&P may follow suit. You're back at this kind of this neckline channel area where you tried breaking out multiple times. And just to put things into perspective, this is where we opened. This is your high, lower high, lower high, lower high, low, lower low, lower low, lower low. So we are in a downtrend, guys. We are in an absolute downtrend, but it's good to see we're still able to scalp profits on the long side, on the short side. Another winning trade in the books for us. Certainly very, very healthy and good to see. So right now we are short Apple again. Let's just keep our eye on Apple. I'm still holding a UNG long, which again, I don't know if my mic was muted. I did add to my UNG at 489. It brought our average down to 491. Let's keep our eye on Apple because that's a leader today. Apple's trying to negate that bearish cross, guys. It's trying to negate the bearish cross. So we'll keep a close eye on it. Potential inverted head and shoulders on the SPY. You have your left shoulder here, you have your head, you have a right shoulder developing as we speak. So watching that closely as well. I am watching that potential pattern very, very closely. I've got it on my other charts here. Basically, you have not broken the neckline yet. So again, we're continuing to produce winning trades here. We've already closed several winners. No losers yet today. We are down on AMD as of now, and we're down on our SOXS position. But we're still looking for potentially some more downside in this market. Although there is a potential bullish pattern unfolding. If Apple firms up here and gets a crossover of these moving averages, I'll look to exit the position. NVIDIA is starting to fall, guys. NVIDIA is starting to fall. Amazon's curling down simultaneously. Big drop there on Apple below the EMAs. So this bearish crossover is looking very, very likely. Erase this. And again, if you are finding trouble in this market, we've already closed a couple winners today with members via our swing trades. But if you've been struggling in this market, this has only just begun. 2024. Definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord. I track insider buying and selling. I do daily analysis videos for my members. You get live access to all my trade alerts, entries, exits, stop loss. And I do weekly sector reviews to see which sectors are likely hot, which sectors are cold.
I may just sell these just because I'm getting bored.
All right, Apple's curling to the downside, guys. Apple is curling. Guys, I'm also seeing, again, remember earlier in the morning when I was looking at AVGO? I was discussing AVGO. Take a look at this head and shoulders that's triggered on the 1 minute chart here. This is a nice trigger. This is a bearish breakdown. Now, there's always a chance we can get a retest, but this is a nice head and shoulders. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Neckline has broken on the 1 minute chart. This implies a $5.62 drop, which takes us to a new low of day potential. Now, I do suspect we get a bounce and try to retest, but we'll see. If this neckline holds, then AVGO is going to fall another $5 here on the session, which should push the indices and semiconductors down. AMD is remaining resilient and strong as of now. So we have a long on the SOXS. We have a short on AMD. I'm going to add to my AMD short here, 168.62. I just added to my AMD short, 168.62. 168.62. There's a gap fill sitting right at around there. AMD still just in a huge momentum squeeze. That brings my average up to 168.28. You can see AMD maybe wants to come up to this resistance. There is a little micro gap fill here. SPY is trying to break out of this little inverted head and shoulders pattern. So we're about to test the neckline right now as we speak. Needs to get above this. It's potentially a bullish pattern. And then simultaneously, if you get rejected here, you do have a little bearish neckline that can be drawn here. So we'll see. We are pushing up. Apple's also pushing up. So Apple's negating the bearish crossover as of now. As of now. Doesn't mean it's out of the woodwork. I am seeing SPY hit resistance here, so it hasn't technically broken out yet. But it's trying. The S&P is certainly trying. All right, so the Dixie is starting to curl down here. The Dixie is starting to curl down. That may help the indices move higher here. Again, Apple did trigger this little bullish pattern here. So it may suggest that the S&P does have some upside. But small caps are still weak. Dollar's still strong. I see Amazon curling down, NVDA is curling down, Tesla's curling down, Microsoft's curling up, Meta's starting to curl down, Google trying to push up here. We're finding some resistance at the 5-minute EMA 113. Still have lower highs on all the indices. Apple's still positive on the session. That's helping the markets right now. In terms of mega cap performance, Microsoft, Amazon, NVIDIA, all down. Meta, Tesla, Google, Apple up. So you have you have 3 mega caps of the Magnificent 7 down, and you have 4 positive. So net, they are showing across the board some signs of strength. All right, Tesla's curling down some more. NVIDIA as well. Voice not coming. Yeah, sorry, Smart. Can you hear me now, Smart Star? Can you hear me now? Sound check, mic check, sound check. Check, check. Anybody listening, can you hear me? Just want to make sure my audio is clean. Sometimes my cat will go behind my mic and my computer and pull a cord out. Mic check. Shows I'm still have some sound coming, so I'm pretty sure I'm good. I can see my little mic icon moving, so I think I'm pretty good here. All right, so Apple's trying to break out here. You just got a bullish cross on the 1 minute chart of these moving averages. So I'm just going to stop out of this trade. You know, the only thing that's keeping me in it right now is the SPY is getting the opposite move. It's getting a bearish crossover. So one is telling the truth, one's lying. All right, I'm stopping out of Apple 194.71 for a small loss. That's the first loss on the day. I apologize about that, guys. Just stopped out of Apple at 194.71. 194.71 for an 11-cent loss. I apologize about that one, guys, but getting the bullish cross here, this likely will yield more upside. You're getting a nice flag pattern. You did trigger that little inverted head and shoulders, so it's looking like it wants to move higher. Looks like they probably stopped us out here. Might look for a short on the SPY just to make that back. You know, Apple's still trying to push higher here. Amazon's curling down. Google's curling down. All right, guys, I'm shorting. No, I'm not going to short yet. I'm just going to wait. I'm looking at a SPY short. I am looking at a SPY short. Maybe even a small cap short. You know, they're certainly the weaker indice on the session. All right, guys, I'm shorting the IWM here, 195.35. Short the Russell, 195.35. Short the IWM. This is a 1/4 position. Basically, you could also be forming a little inverted head and shoulders here. We'll see. Excuse me. So notice how we got the bearish crossover the IWM here. This should yield more downside. I mean, simply speaking, when we got it here, you had a 0.5%, a dollar drop. So if we replicate that same move, you could see the Russell come all the way down to here. S&P looking like it's having a failed breakout. Look at this Rumble breakout, guys. Rumble is ripping. Let's get ready to rumble. We are into some resistance here. I see a gap fill sitting right here. All right, guys, I'm long Rumble 649. I'm long Rumble. This is a high risk play. I'm just looking for a potential squeeze here. Long Rumble 649. Basically, if we close back below 628, I will look to stop out, but I'm long Rumble with a stop loss in place at this 629 area. And again, I could see Rumble pushing all the way to this gap fill. Rumble's up 32.92% and squeezing. New high of day. This is an ascending flat triangle breakout. You can see you have your flat top here. Rising little neckline. Tesla new low of day. Tesla's about to go negative. Alright, so we're long Rumble here. We're slightly up on the trade. I'm looking for a move to 678. Gap fill at 678. Apple's curling down. We're short the Russell 2000, which are up nicely. We're short AMD, slightly down on the trade. Took a little bit of a loss on Apple, even though it kind of probably shook us out there. Come on, Rumble. Push up, push up, push up. Just a little bit more of a squeeze on Rumble. Come on. Come on, Rumble. You know you want to break out here. Let's get ready to rumble. Guys, Rumble looks to be almost cooked here, maybe. Come on, get back up there. Don't break down on me. Come on, Rumble. Push up, push up, push up, push up. Again, keep a tight stop loss on this trade. I do not want a big flush, so I've got a stop loss here at 629, risking about 20 cents on the trade. We're short the Russell 2000. Yeah, IWM short. So the Russell's starting to break down potentially more here. All right, indices are breaking, so Apple's losing it. So Apple shook us out there. A little bit of a fake shakeout there. Apple shook us out. Still holding that Russell short, which is nicely paying here. Lots of potential room to the downside. Still holding AMD short, SOXS long. IWM's printing for us. Still in this Rumble long, guys. Still holding RUMB on the long side. We're up slightly here. Looking for a move to that 678 area. I want to see if we can fill that gap. Nat gas is trying to firm up here. Dollar's trying to push for new highs. All right, guys, I don't like what I'm seeing here. I'm just going to exit Rumble here. I'm just going to exit for a 3-cent gain here. I just closed my Rumble trade for a 3-cent gain at 6.52. So I exited Rumble because I'm seeing, again, look at the sell-off occurring in the SPY. Look at this big breakdown. Look at that breakdown, guys. A failed breakout yet again, which is why we started accumulating more shorts on the Russell. So take a look at that. Big breakdown on the spider chart here. Now, this could still be an inverted head and shoulders. You still have the potential pattern here. You still have it, but the Dixie is trying to firm up even more now. All indices have flipped red again. You know, again, I'm expecting a move on the Russell down to 194.52. Take a look at Apple. Apple did shake us out there off of that fake bullish cross. You're about to get a bearish cross again on Apple. SPY's at some support again, but we've bounced once, twice. The bounce each time has put in a lower high.
No, but I'm saying like as far as my strategy, I don't usually like to do that. But in this case, I like it in the sense, but I'll sell it first. I'm not going to wait for that lower view on it.
I'm not gonna add like in the middle, right?
I am.
Guys, I am interested in buying Rumble again at roughly 620-ish. Tesla just made a new low. Amazon's going for a new low.
Watch, that's going to be the perfect entry. Watch paper. Watch. And then I'll be like, damn, I wish I didn't have a position before that. And that was my only entry.
Right.
Well, I'm trading like it today.
Take a quick peek at DWAC.
Does anyone know a good sympathy to land research?
Sheep research.
Okay.
Ham research.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I appreciate the insight.
Got it. You got it, Josh. Let's see if we don't have it.
We don't have it yet, but we're going to have it.
We might cannot do it. No more ads. That's my situation.
You know what's going to happen? I'm going to be holding it through all this nonsense, and I'm going to sell it to like
Yeah.
because that's just how I've been trading.
Look at 3M. 3M still appears to be wanting to put in a flag pattern to move higher here. IWM's trying to firm up.
That PayPal did buy from yesterday. PayPal green. Jordan.
Yes, sir. Look at Starbucks. In the Dolphins. 92. Issues are over.
WX62.
Fucking call.
Did you say he's not 6'2"? Oh, he's 6'2".
Theoretically speaking, 6'2".
Will knows how long I am.
He's short.
paper and KC right here.
Like who? Except for because you what the were long.
Yeah, me, Buckshare, and Shark. But
we at lunch right now.
Yeah, Tesla. Good call out because you Tesla better than 10. Netflix has earnings today. You want to be really cool if we got them like was it a year ago on Netflix, or was it 2 years ago?
it was that $100 move.
Yeah, like was it $80 move or something to the downside?
I think it was over 100.
Probably wasn't.
The implied move on Netflix so far.
I probably got to 100 after an hour, and then it opened up down like 80.
Oh, maybe.
It was insane.
I just remember I was in Discord and some girl had a lot of puts, and I just remember doing the math on the intrinsic value. It was over 150K profit for her.
Gee. Quit, take the euro.
CBC
Did you hear?
Let's go.
Did you hear exclusives trade on CCI after it happened?
Oh, he traded it again after it?
No.
Oh yeah, I know he was up like 50,000% or something.
Yeah, that. So he was up over 100,000%.
So was Mikey was up a shit ton of that. I don't know what the final is.
Yeah. But like just thinking about that number is insane. Even if you just have 100,000%.
And from what exclusive told me, he also paper handed it.
He paper handed it at a lower percentage, but he said it went even higher.
No, I think he paper handed it at the 1,000% area.
Yeah.
And it wound up going ridiculously higher than that. So,
You got the year. I would get so anxious saying that on my screen every day. I just want this on my screen.
Alright, spy, quick bucket around. I'm going to care so much. We got 30 minutes left. I'd rather you go out because I'm slow. But at this point, just do something. Oh, I hear him in the background. Where do you go?
Yeah, I'll have,
Oh shoot, Raytheon and Lockheed referred to it. Oh wow. They were there in the morning. Did I already miss it? Lockheed and Raytheon in the morning. Oh, did I already miss it? Right.
yeah, you only have it. All right, so I'm just in the swing of things here. Let's check out our Russell, slightly in the money. Tesla making new lows of day. Google breaking down. Bitcoin still pushing up. Semis are still trying to firm up here. SPY, the SPY is below the EMA 113. You did get another little bearish crossover on the SPY chart.
The range today is ridiculous. I'm trading within $1.50.
Huge level of that SPX where we're sitting. Well, like you were saying, the lowest and lowest, but the biggest levels where we're sitting.
So the Qs are getting a little bit of another bearish crossover of those moving averages. So if I pull up the QQQ chart, you can see we got that bearish cross again. Rejection. This is going to surmount to more downside. You can arguably say there's another head and shoulders pattern that is triggering right now. So watching that little neckline.
5 minutes, 5 minutes, you got. Yeah, it doesn't. I have my finger on the trigger to sell this bitch. For a loss. Oh well. Red day.
Oil's coming in a little bit harder now, guys. Oil is coming in harder. Markets are just slowly grinding down, making lower highs. Apple's curling down. You're getting that bearish crossover continuation.
He's still holding. I got out, but that hold yesterday's high, I think you're going to get another leg up. I don't know if it happens today, but snowy. So for those of you who haven't read the write-up I did on snow, NVDA, SMCI, MTV, I posted it at the top of your screen. The one I retweeted, that's one. There's 3 links actually. The retweet is one. And
Alright, so natural gas is trying to firm up here, putting in kind of a double bottom here off of a consolidation pattern. You have Microsoft trying to curl up to the upside, which is helping the SPY here.
I know this is going to sound crazy, but I'm seeing like 230, 205, call flow for your AMD.
The NVDA Stone by Biologics. Just get a bigger price here.
Alright, so Apple, Microsoft pushing up here. Tesla curling down. SPY trying to curl up. The Russell's trying to break out here of this little potential inverse. You're about to get a bullish crossover of those short-term moving averages. That's a small positive. We're going to watch this carefully because we may have to stop out of this trade, break even, specifically if this bullish cross happens. But Apple just got rejected pretty hard there. So it leads me to think that this market's going to fall a little bit more now. We'll see. So it's interesting to see the Russell trying to push up here as the dollar's trying to push up and make a new high. So Apple trying to get a bearish crossover. Microsoft still holding steady and firm. It looks like it wants to try to go positive. Tesla's catching a little bid now. So our Russell trade we're slightly green on our Russell 2000 short. You can see it's trying to move up and break this downsloping trend line. So I'm watching it closely because so Apple just saw a big little sorry, a big gap up, trying to push above some of the EMAs. Dollar still at the highs. Russell retesting here. Big level for Russell. You had a little bullish crossover, but no real confirmation and clear conviction. This is a beautiful looking chart on Snowflake. Huge wedge pattern breakout on a weekly chart, consolidating above the EMA 113. Upside target is 274, 275 on this particular chart. I'm seeing these indices curl up, so I'm actually probably just going to take some profits here on the Russell 2000, or at least move a stop loss. I'm going to put a stop loss here on the Russell right at these pivot highs. So 193.55 stop on the Russell is in effect. And the SPY is trying to curl up here to the high side, trying to retest this neckline breakout. Remember, we got rejected once. We're now retesting this area again. This is a very important zone for the S&P 500 here. We are trying to break out. What's making me skeptical? Look at the dollar putting in new highs. So you have a rally occurring in the mega caps. Microsoft, Apple are pushing things higher here. Microsoft and Apple are pushing things higher. Still lower highs. You're retesting though this neckline again. For the third time you're retesting this neckline. And this could be a very powerful inverted head and shoulders. You do have that pattern potential, but remember, they keep failing here. And why are they failing? The Dixie at the high of the day. Look at this range break on the Dixie. It's an bullish ascending triangle pattern on the Dixie. It's a bullish ascending triangle pattern on the Dixie. Forgive me for the scratching in the background, just my cat going bananas. My kitty kitty cat, my kitten.
This is a VWAP again.
All right, so SPY is trying to break out here, guys. It's retesting this high range pivot. It's certainly trying. Heavy volume coming in, so there might be some validity to it. Apple new high, so Apple's pushing up.
Futures, every time we get back over here, I'm down slightly more than the last time.
If you break out of this, your next resistance is going to be this trend line all the way up at 483. But this pattern, if you get a clean break, could suggest a move back to 484. That would be right back in this zone here. All right, so we are breaking here. Again, our IWM has an in-the-money stop. SPY is breaking, or at least retesting. Still resistance here, but you're taking out this high pivot, so that's a little bit of a bullish sign. Microsoft still pushing, Apple still pushing.
15.91% on Microsoft. We can break above this 184. If we can break above this swap, you know what's going to happen? That's right.
That was fucking epic 3 times. Oh my god. Well done, soundboard. Thanks.
24% on Microsoft. You're late to the party.
I am late to the party. Damn, bro, you got in before I did? What? I'm late to the party, but we still gonna dance? We still gonna dance? Don't forget we get the
So Apple and Microsoft are really surging here. They're the ones leading this S&P 500 rally here. NVIDIA's lagging. Amazon's pushing. Google's pushing. Meta's pushing. Tesla's pushing. So you're getting some more broad market participation here.
I'm seeing $760,000 worth of 493 calls come through for SPY. Doc, was that you?
All right, so the inverted head and shoulders has triggered. Big surge. Big surge. Our Russell 2000, we hit our stop loss. Our in-the-money stop was just triggered. So we protected that trade there. That was just triggered. Big surge on Apple. Take a look at what Apple's doing here. Apple's just ripping. Microsoft trying to push green. Actually, Microsoft just flipped green. Then you have NVIDIA lagging. Whoops. Big push in Microsoft, big push in Apple. NVIDIA really didn't participate there. That's kind of a little bit of a bearish negative for semis. But a huge rip on the SPY. Coming up into resistance, trend line 1. That's your second resistance. I'm going to short the SPY if we get right back into this 484 area.
Yeah, I agree. She's going to rip. She's going to rip face. Rip face now?
What's interesting is NVIDIA and some of the semi components aren't participating in this breakout. This is just a Microsoft. Very interesting. NVIDIA is not participating in this. Take a look at the SPY moving up, but NVIDIA moving down. A little bit of a technical breakdown on NVIDIA. potential.
Yeah, you should, right? Fuck that.
We bounce back here and drip cheeks further.
Hold it, stop. I got so much bull. Right?
All the mega caps are ripping. NVIDIA is now starting to perk back up.
I just can't tell you about sound crazy. I'll just let you see it for yourself.
The dollar has softened quite substantially, which is why the markets are rallying here. Look at that dollar pulling in.
This is extreme high risk. 114 call January 26th. She's right there.
So a really big push up in the indices here. You can see the dollar softened there, which is why the indices took full advantage of that. I'm looking at an NVIDIA short when we get into resistance because it really didn't perk up as much as the other mega caps. It may play sympathy.
197 50 call.
Amazon is the reason.
Holy shit, Amazon. I just saw that. It's on my screen too.
Alright, so we're hitting first resistance here. First resistance. Alright guys, I'm shorting NVIDIA here, 595.24, 595.24. We are short NVIDIA to 1/3 position.
$410 call up 30%.
Let's go. What a great move.
We waited it out in the wood. Wonderful.
Big surge on NVIDIA there too. Big surge. Whoa. Alright guys, I'm going to add a gap fill, 596.40-ish. Alright guys, it just got filled there, 596.40. There's the average up. SPY is still pushing. Next ad is all the way up at these pivots. What a rip on NVIDIA. What a rip on the markets now. Big push up here. You can see the SPY is at some near-term resistance. SPY is a short up in this vicinity here. This 484.20-ish. Tesla's still super weak on the session, not really participating with the broad market rally there.
Reclaim the Lord.
I know, but I blocked it and I kept getting back.
Reclaim the Lord.
Yes, sir.
Wait, Lord? Yeah, Lord to Orc. Lord to Orc. We already went Orc to Lord. So we'll bounce on the Lord. Somewhere around P-block.
IWM is not moving at all. So just keep that on watch.
Yeah, for long.
So a really big push in the indices there, led by Apple and Microsoft. Sympathy plays started catching up. Meta, Google, Amazon, NVDA all started catching up. Expect a pullback to retest the neckline of this little inverted head and shoulders on the SPY.
Okay, Tesla. 215 call, January 26th. This is extreme high risk. This is not an ER play. The 215, right? Yeah. Come on, Microsoft. Let's go.
BETS.
My wife's been like,
Brother. But I was coming in high.
So where did this rally come from? This rally simply came from a weaker dollar. The dollar pulled in from the highs. It had a sell-off from 103.80 down to 102. It's continuing to sell here.
June 21st, 360,000.
so far I'm loving that kind of stuff. Even though it's probably
As long as you use it like you're using it, right? Like, especially a lot of people put it on when something starts going against them instead of putting it on in strength.
Yeah, you got to put it on into the momentum, so that at least you're getting a little bit extra. If you're doing it when you're facing a resistance,
It's all bad.
you might as well just market something.
Yeah, you'd be much better off to get something there. Like, you don't want to use it here.
All right, so we're basically flat on NVIDIA here. We are flat on NVIDIA. AMD is seeing a 10-minute hard reversal candle.
And just a reminder to those who do use a trailing stop, if you're trying to set it so that it'll minimum you'll break even, make sure you set it for slightly less percent than the percentage you're up. Because remember, once you're up a percent, it's a percentage of the high price.
The 2-year no draw is 4.36%, 4.365%.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the option.
Option.
Thanks, Mike. Somebody just asked if I can make a video on trail stop.
All right, so yields are actually pushing up higher here. Yields are pushing up higher here. I'm going to take a short on the Russell here, guys. 195.25. Short the Russell. 195.25. It's a 1/4 position. Short the Russell. 195.25. So we have an NVIDIA short. We're in the money. And we have a Russell 2000 short. That little pop just was on the back of a weaker dollar.
Yeah, that's what they used to call it before. Like, it became much more technological.
As usual, coming in on DWAC with that one.
It's been around for a nomination.
All right, so we're seeing the indices trying to push up here. Let's take a look at this IWM trade.
Remember the free market plan I gave you guys last night?
High risk trade here, guys. High risk trade. I just shorted DWAC there, 54.37. 54.37. Shorted DWAC. That's a very small. I'm only doing one entry. 54.37. Shorted DWAC. Could go deeply against me. This one's got some momentum. We are short at 54.37. I'm only going to add once. Only going to add once to the position. So we're short DWAC, short the Russell, short Tesla, and short AMD. This is a very risky trade. I will say that. It's super, super risky to short this SPAC. It's just in a frenzy mode.
Now, if she gets over this gamma level, oh my god.
Becky,
Look at her one. It's about to be so vicious.
Actually, I will add one more time up here, right into this resistance trend line. Call it 55.60-ish. That will be the final entry. I'm going lighter share size here since this is super, super risky. There is a gap fill all the way up here at 63, which it could be trying to gun for. So this trade is not for the faint of heart. Small size, expect a loss. But looking just for a small little pullback here, even a couple percent pullback would be lovely. All right, so Tesla breaking down more. So is the SPY. So is the Russell.
yeah, I know nothing about it. I wouldn't touch it, but it's up 20% as a day. I don't touch the pennies.
So we have a short on DWAC here, slightly in the money. Could see a retrace all the way back to its previous high pivot breakout. All right, guys, as this falls, if we lose this yellow moving average, we're going to start protecting the trade just with some in-the-money stops. Here we go. Come on. Give it up. Give it up, DWAC.
I think the Oracle had a movement. I gotta go check.
Come on, DWAC. Give it up, give it up, give it up. We are seeing the indices break down here, guys. I'm just going to split this screen again. You can watch Tesla and DWAC. Tesla, we're in the money. Let's actually flip on the IWM chart. So the IWM, we're now just basically flat on the trade. All right, DWAC's trying to push up. All right, DWAC's pushing up. I'm going to add my final entry here at 55.68. Actually, it might be a little bit higher. All right, that reversal might be the down move in DWAC. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Big drop. All right, start trailing and protecting profits. Start trailing. Start trailing. I'm still short. I'm still short. Come on. Come on. All right, I'm putting an in the money stop loss, an in the money stop. All right, guys, I just covered there. I just covered at 52.10. Boom, another 4% down. Thank you very much. We'll take that one to the bank. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful trade there on DWAC. We are out for a nice 4% trade there. All right, let's reassess here and see what Tesla's doing. I'll actually put Tesla up down there. We'll put the Russell up here. So the Russell's trying to get a big boost here. Seeing AVGO break down here, guys. Look for more weakness to creep into the semis as long as this is occurring. SPY. Seeing a little bit of distribution. Our nat gas trade is starting to firm up, so we are still holding that long on UNG. It's been sitting in this kind of all day, but it is starting to firm up. We're basically break even. Still think nat gas can push higher today. Still holding a short on AMD, which we're flat on. Russell, we're slightly out of the money. Tesla, we're in the money. All right, so the Russell's trying to break out here. Keep seeing some selling. Tesla's putting in new lows of day pretty much every other minute. We do have NVIDIA breaking down. Semis are also seeing some weakness. The Qs and the SPY are also back below some key trend lines. So we are seeing some weakness creep back into the S&P 500. Looks like a nice bear flag. Looks like it wants to break down. QQQ, very similar setup here. Also looking very weak, back below this key breakout trend line, back below the EMA 113. I think it's important to recognize NVIDIA has had a little bit of a breakdown here. So I did add to my Russell short there at 195.52. Next add level is going to be here at 195.72, and then the final entry is this little micro gap fill, which is pretty high up on the session. But it's interesting to see those small caps are firming up here as mega cap tech is weakening. So semis are weak here. You have NVIDIA, AMD, other semiconductors selling off as the market is trying to push up. Small caps firmed up, which is very interesting because the dollar's hitting some technical support right now. Natural gas, we're now up on the trade nicely. Nat gas is trying to attempt a breakout here, which could be very, very beneficial for our UNG long position. We'll see if it amounts to anything. All right, guys, I'm about to add to my next level on the Russell 2000 short. All right, I just got filled at 195.73. It's the third entry. Just want to see something here for my... So maybe that's where we want to go. A beautiful parallel channel that connects these two lower pivots, this high pivot and this pivot. Apple selling off now. We have basically 2 hours left in the trading session.
I mean, it was very impressive. I was a little scary. I thought I was getting shot.
And what do you want? Show everyone why I'm the gamma fucking king.
All right, big push in the SPY ETF. Big push in the SPY ETF as well.
Just to let everyone.
Dollar's creeping up here.
G-Wack is up over 200%.
This is the last level.
Don't make that face bolder. You know you love it.
BTC.
That was either shark or brick. It looks like it's a shark. That built
All right, big push in the Russell 2000 here. All right, so Tesla stopped us out there for an in the money, just a small slight gain in the money. Tesla did hit our stop loss. So we are no longer in the Tesla short. It did hit our stop loss. Still have an AMD and a Russell 2000 short and a Nat Gas long. I'll add to my Russell if we push up to this 195.93. Tempted to add here. One more little pop. All right, guys, I just added to my Russell there, 195.86, 195.86. Brings up the average nicely to 195.71. We have one more entry if need be. That'll be a 4-4 position. We have 3 entries right now, short averaging 195.71. We are out of the money as of now. We're flat on our AMD. We're in the money on our natural gas long. I'm seeing some mega caps like NVDA and Apple starting to sell. Amazon's curling down. NVIDIA's curling down. Meta's curling down. Microsoft may be putting in a little bit of a high pivot here.
You're right, shark. I did forget to put the number 7.
I see Microsoft. These are all February 9th. Three of them, $400 put sell bullet, 2.3 million, 802,000, 1.1 million.
All right, big push on the Russell here. Big push in the Russell. Final ad level is going to be that gap fill we discussed, which we're approaching now. Huge rip. This came out of nowhere. Don't know if there's news or anything, but this is a massive short covering. Looks like a nice squeeze. Usually these big massive candles come during power hour, so I think it's a little too soon, to be honest. I feel like it's just a little too soon that the squeeze happened. You have weakness creeping back into AMD. Take a look at this natural gas position. That one's still firming up here. Still trying to break out of this little range formation. Still have a potential inverse head and shoulders. Obviously, we are long UNG. Just as a day trade, I do think natural gas goes lower, believe it or not. We're in the money by about 2 cents now in our UNG position. 3 cents now. All right, so the Russell having a big surge there. Still pushing, but you have weakness in semis. Let's look at our AMD position. That one we've been riding all freaking day on AMD. We're only now just in the money. Our average is here at 168.28 short. 168.28 short.
Now, Telegram, I shared with you the gamma chart on this ticker, telling me that it's not literally a paradigm shift. And for those who don't know, I'm using the translator to get these added onto their charting tool.
Oh yeah. Oh shit! Remember what happened to me yesterday? Trading you booted me from the platform. Said I was touching the trader, so I almost started working the translator on Facebook, like for internet.
And now poor paper was going through it yesterday, huh?
Oh my god! I mean, they.
I would be so angry if I wasn't.
They released the account, but I don't trust it at all.
Wait, so they took off your account? They took like the block?
All right, AMD and the Qs are starting to sell off pretty hard here. Semis are actually seeing some downside pressure.
Yeah, they lost their value.
Well, I think I prepaid 2 years to do this on accident.
Yeah, I kind of forget about it. Does it change the bank account balance at the end of the month? Even notice. Stay with it for years.
Well, I live in it. So it's like.
That's why I track that's why I have an app that tracks every transaction I've ever made. If I don't do that, I'll sign up.
All right, look at that. Just a big decline now coming across all of the major indices. AMD is now printing for us here. We're almost back in the money on our Russell. And again, that's kind of what I said. I said it's unusual to see that big short squeeze happen too early. It happened too quickly. I use the analogy from Fast and the Furious when you have Vin Diesel racing Paul Walker there in one of the first ones where Paul Walker hits nitrous too soon and blasts through him, and then Vin Diesel comes in and basically hits his nitrous right at the right timing. It's almost like the same thing. The markets had that nitrous boost that just happened too soon, and now we're coming in. It's almost like the nitrous boost happened just a little bit too soon. If it was power hour around that 3 o'clock time frame, I would have believed it more as a potential sustainable rally, but I just think it was a short covering liquidity pop to take this market lower. And when you see semis starting to break down, look at Apple. Apple also pulling in from the highs pretty sharply here. Bitcoin selling as well. EMD, you are bouncing off of technical support right here on Apple, so that's why you're getting a bounce here. But there's still a chance that Apple flushes all the way down into this trend line here. That would be a pretty big move that would catch a lot of people off guard, in my opinion. See what that Russell's doing. Russell's now hitting your support pivot. Basically, we are almost slightly break even on the trade. Still holding short, still holding short.
Unless you go to the all-time.
Even out that thing still includes.
Yeah.
I think they said that was a trade station limitation. Like they'll be able to do more like the way Robinhood does.
Yeah. I talked to Brad about that on 5 and MVP, but he stop loss. He said that's something we'll be able to do myself.
Let's see. Anthony Narish, love the best upside name. TNA bullish 3650. Netflix, anyone? All right, so we got Love, Netflix, and TNA. 3 tickers that Narish is throwing at me. Let's see. Just give me a second here. All right, let's start with Love. Are you looking at these for day trades today, or are you looking at swing trades there? Yeah, we discussed airlines yesterday. I remember said this was a big bullish flag pattern, likely going to be breaking out. Obviously, it's ahead of earnings. You had UAL, or I can't remember which airline, but you had one of the airlines report today, which is lifting the whole complex in a positive way. So obviously, Love has broken out of this bull flag pattern. Nice gap up over that previous resistance pivot. This likely has more legs. Your next resistance is $33 in and around this down sloping channel, but it does look like it has a potential to move a lot higher here. Obviously, anything can change. Let's just say it craps on its earnings, then it could completely negate that. But as of now, it's looking bullish. It's still kind of a gamble going into its earnings, but when the sector is starting to perform well, obviously that certainly helps the case for higher price action. All right, Netflix, NFLX. So this one has earnings after the bell. Everyone will be watching this name. I could see a pop, into this previous. You have your gap fill at 508, which is about a 3-4% upside move. Into this next big resistance is 15% upside. Support is about a 19% drop. Now, Netflix can go either way. I honestly don't know how it happens. I think one thing that scares me is I remember this huge 80, 100 point drop on Netflix. I think everyone remembers it. So obviously, when the stock has dropped that much before, it opens up a new volatility range, and it means it could do that move again if there was some catastrophic, miss on earnings. But when you think about Netflix, what they've gone through since they had that big drop, they've implemented patches. They've raised some of their subscription models. I think they're certainly still the king of streaming. They obviously partnered with TKO there, UFC, WWE, so that's a positive news. So, if I would say if I had to pick one side, Netflix would be bullish, but again, it could go either way. I'm not buying it here, nor am I shorting it here. In terms of a buyable level where I would look to buy it, if it flushed into this, EMA 113 very quickly, about a 9-10% drop, maybe you can get a quick scalp. But for me, a swing trade, I would have to come back down to this channel. I'd have to come back down to the low end of the channel. Maybe consider it, at that EMA 113, but it would just depending on where the broad market was and how quickly it got into that level. What's your take, Naresh? You think Netflix is going up or down on earnings? What do you think?
Wolf here. I'm waiting for that.
There he is.
Time for your spanking, Will. All right.
Oh.
Hey, Wolf, how you doing?
Yeah, you act. I think
527, Naresh? Oof, 527. Let's mark that in the chart.
he does.
Plus 527. Whoa. Bullish. Do you have any positions going into it ahead of earnings? Are you in calls? Are you in common shares? Are you holding anything going into this? I'm curious. What else did you mention? TNA bullish? So that's a levered play on the Russell 2000. You know, the Russell 2000, it could be bullish. One thing I want you to just recognize is you had that bearish crossover here. The positive, you're back above the 7-day moving average, but you're below the 20. So you're kind of sandwiching in, coiling. Maybe you can get a pop here. It's really depending on what yields do and the dollar. The small caps are definitely more sensitive to the big macro changes in the dollar and the yield market. All right, we are seeing AMD start to fall more here alongside with semis. So AMD is breaking down. We're in the money nicely on our trade here. I am going to put an in the money stop here right at 168. Actually, I'll do it below the 7-day here. So 168.12 in the money stop on AMD. And AMD is actually looking to keep selling off here. So big breakdown occurring there in AMD. We're still holding short, remember. You're getting a bearish crossover here. Getting a bearish cross on the 10-minute chart of AMD as well.
They started the year 19% accuracy, 19 out of 21 picks in their 2024 newsletter. This right now, by the way, is actually going to be free for our listeners. Not free in the future, most likely. I know that they're moving to more paid models and stuff. But if you get it now, you can probably get grandfathered in at least the free version. There's a bunch of stuff going on here. If you haven't yet, go to Jordan's page and look at the post that he made. He breaks down exactly how he uses AI to really accentuate his trading habits and how it is finding for him offers areas of opportunity. But you don't got to hear from us. We've got the founder and CEO right here with us on the space. So I just put up a tweet to the top of the space. This is where you can grab access to this red hot newsletter. But Jordan, let me turn it over to you and let's get going here. Why is this so exciting and why is it starting the year so hot right now?
Well, I'm trying to do this as quickly as I can. We've got a lot of great speakers, a couple of stories that we have up here about Prospero. But yeah, the short of it is we've been working on 15 years on these signals. I worked in my first hedge fund when I was 17. Worked for Bruce Greenwald as a value investor when I was 16. That's really how I started my education. Saw some things in the equity markets I didn't really like. I said, hey, I think there might be some underlying equations that can make this easier for everybody to understand. So to speak, and I set out to do that. Working on the
Guys, take a peek at Nat Gas. We may get a quick pop here. We may get a quick pop, so keep your eye on your UNG position. This is starting to break out of this inverse. Look at this break, guys. Look at this breakout. Here we go. Our UNG position is now outperforming. We're up nicely, guys. We are up nicely. This is a clean breakout, and it does imply a potential move all the way back up to about 223. Volume is coming in. It needs to clear that neckline pivot though. You can actually draw it like this. Could be a little bit of a down sloping neckline. That makes more sense technically speaking. So keep your eye on UNG because that is starting to fly here. We're up nicely. You're up nicely on that trade. Again, we have a 491 average. I'm going to put a stop loss here at this red bar, 493. So protecting the trade now. Protecting the trade. Let's flip back to the Russell 2000. We are still seeing semis under pressure. NVDA, take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is starting to sell here pretty sharply, just like AMD. So NVIDIA is selling. Remember, NVIDIA had that big gasp down, all the way down here. That was the low of day, 585. All right, NatGas is squeezing, guys. NatGas is squeezing. Here we go. NatGas is pushing up higher here. So right now we have a short on AMD in the money, a long on UNG, a short on the Russell 2000, and a long on SOXS.
But yeah, as we sit, the live reading on above the market is 224% on an annualized basis. So yeah, red hot. I would love. I know James, who I mentioned, is who I actually met on Twitter, who discovered about Prospero on Twitter, and is now kind of helping us with some of our latest and greatest AI stuff. I want to make sure he has a chance to talk and maybe even take some Q&A. So Wolf, you might want to kick it straight to him or transition, but I will tell you how to do your job.
No, that's perfect. James, we'd like to hop in and hear your thoughts on how you've been using this to accentuate your trading and investing.
Guys, take a look at this move on UNG.
I can't hear James.
Or I should really say natural gas.
Yeah, it's probably
Come on, squeeze, NatGas, squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. NVIDIA is still selling, Apple selling, Microsoft curling down, Google curling down, Meta curling down, Amazon curling down. Everything is curling down now.
Yeah. So it's funny, before I met George and discovered Prospero, I really, 90% of my investing was really index funds. I was pretty basic. I divvied, I did dabble in some single stock purchases, but for the most part, I work full time. I don't have a lot of research, and that's actually why this Prospero.
Oh, NatGas, big reversal back down there, guys. Heavy volume. Still technically okay, but no breakout yet is observed on the 10-minute chart. They managed to close it back inside that previous resistance there. Let's take a look at the IWM.
Within the next 2 months, I purchased some more, I dollar cost averaged into it, and it basically doubled my money just in a few months. So that was like my big example. That was my best example using the Prospero app. So for me, it makes my life easier. I don't have to do all of the research that I know a lot of people spend a lot of time on. Saves me time. It's easy to read. Again, for the average investor, it's so easy. There's a few variables that you look at, and you can make a decision most of the time just from those variables.
What are some of the variables that you most closely pay attention to?
Yeah, so the three biggest ones are the profitability. There's an upside trend, and then there's net options. So those three. I also look at downside. Obviously, I'm more of a long trader. I don't necessarily sell or go short, but yeah. So profitability, upside, and net options. I really look at those. I kind of see how they're trending. You look at the way things are.
Just 1 second, guys. Getting phone. Hey guys, I just added to my Russell short here at 196.13. That is the final entry. Average is sitting at 195.89. Alright, so we're seeing NACAS reattempting a breakout. You're seeing the Russell trade go in the money now. It did hit a little bit of a double top resistance there. Our UNG is acting well. Just have a split screen here since we're in multiple trades, and things are heating up on both the long and the short side. Still holding an AMD short as well. We'll see if we can get in the money on that. Sorry, we are in the money on our AMD. We just want more downside. Russell's moving in back into this previous support channel. You do have weakness in semis. Apple's coming down, losing some support. Google, Amazon curling down. Meta's also curling down. So we could be in for a little bit of a late day sell-off here. Don't be surprised if that comes to fruition. Gas is now up on the session. 0.23% just turned green. It just turned green on the session. And you can see this is a pretty decent sized move. This could happen today. We could see actually natural gas push all the way up. Just how oversold it is in the short term, you could see it make this completed measured move today, which would be a nice win for us. You'll have some resistance here at these pivot zones where you got rejected before. If I draw in the box, so even into this resistance point, this first resistance is a 1.46% implied move from current levels. That would put us up over 1.5% on the UNG trade. Wolf is due for a short squeeze. Wolf, ticker Wolf. There's two Wolf tickers, WOF. Just one second, I'm getting a phone call. Alright guys, we're getting a big squeeze in natural gas. We're up nicely on our UNG position. This is starting to work really nicely here. So I'm just going to start protecting the profits here on our UNG day trade. Again, we've been sitting in this one all day and we're finally starting to see it perk up. Our entry on UNG was at 491, so we're up already quite nicely. So our average is 491. It's a half position. We're already up about 1.36% on the trade. So now the prudent thing to do is to put stops in place. I'm putting a stop here at 490. I'm just going to move it to this red bar high, 496. So we're locking in at least about 1% on the trade. Okay. So put the stop loss, still holding my AMD and Russell short. And we are seeing the markets, specifically around the semiconductors, seeing a little bit of weakness here into the end of the day. Strength in China stocks. Nat gas has turned green on the session, so we'll just continue to watch that closely and see if that can push any higher for us. I'm going to go back to the full screen mode here on the Russell. Tesla is trying to curl up as the market is trying to curl down. Again, Tesla is way oversold compared to its counterparties. It's still just slightly positive on the session. Russell's still coming in. The dollar's given back a lot of its gains. It's still up 0.3%, but it has given back a lot of its gains. It was up significantly more. Got rejected at the 103.82 level. Now it's down to 103.68. Still very close to that 104 critical tightening range. All right, guys, I just exited UNG here at 498 for an over 1% gain, just because it's getting a little late in the session. I am seeing some distribution occurring. So we banked 1.37% on that natural gas trade. Nice job if you took that with us. Let's flip back to the Russell 2000. You can clearly see the Russell, again, potential head and shoulders here. It hasn't triggered, so we have to wait for that potential breakdown to occur before we can deem it a true pattern. But we could be in the process of forming a right shoulder here. We got a big head here at that high pivot zone, and we'll just have to see if we start curling over here to the right. Hey Mike, are you in the chat right now? Are you in the YouTube stream? Just give me a thumbs up if you're in the YouTube stream. I know you put in a submission for Duolingo chart, which I can quickly go over here since we're just waiting for this trade. So give me a thumbs up if you're in the chat. If not, then I'll try to message you after market hours behind the scenes. I can kind of do a little bit of live analysis here on that Duolingo chart as we wait for this position. You can see that the Russell here has a little bit of a intraday head and shoulders. You break this neckline, you're going to retest this previous pivot here. We're in the money nicely on our Russell. Our AMD trade is also starting to work nicely here. You can see it is having a big technical breakdown. I'm going to move my stop down now to 168.04. So we're protecting that trade. Semis are seeing a little bit of weakness here late in the session. Look at that. S&P still selling. Russell still selling. So, Naresh, you were talking about a wolf speed is due for a short squeeze. I could see that. Not yet, but I could see it. If you get above this trend line here, you can see this pivot in 2017, your COVID crash low pivot here. You can see we're trading below that trend line. Now, if you get above that on a weekly close, that's when this does want to start to look for a short squeeze. Short squeeze only happens when stocks are moving down or moving up. You can see that this stock is still in a big downtrend. Now, a couple positives is that you are putting in a potential higher low pattern and you do have a falling wedge. This actually has completed my downside move. I marked that downside move as around $35, which has completed, but the big level is getting above this 39.70 area. If you can get above that, then you have a potential inverted head and shoulders that could play out to the upside. Where would your neckline be? Your neckline would be here, but you need to trigger that. That would cause a short squeeze. Again, short squeeze only happens when stocks are trying to make a bullish reversal and trying to move up on the session. Did anyone see what natural gas just did? Holy snap. So our entry on the long side was epic there. We did a beautiful entry, and that actually hit the fully upside measured move that I gave you to 220. we took profits, but look at that beautiful, beautiful technical breakout. All right, let's just quickly look back at what the Russell 2000 is doing. AMD still weak on the session. Russell saved itself, did not trigger that neckline. So we're continuing to see the markets break down here. Remember that nitrous theory I gave you where I said this little pop is likely to be faded because it's too early in the hour to see that pop occurring. The only positive for the markets is you have the Dixie breaking down. I mean, look at this Dixie sell-off. Huge sell-off. You know, even this resistance, this parallel channel didn't hold. You know, you are getting a little bit oversold intraday here on the 1 minute chart, so it does suggest you could see a little bit of a pop on the dollar, which should hurt the indices. But as of now, you just keep seeing semiconductors, seeing some downside perspective. Obviously, we're in the money nicely on our AMD. I'm going to actually put my stop loss now on AMD all the way down to this pivot high, 167.79. So we are banking on the trade at least 49 cents right now. So that trade is risk free. Let's move along to our IWM position here. That one we're basically just flat on. It still looks like to be in a distribution pattern, waiting for more. Amazon's near the highs of the session, looking very, very strong. Meta's weakening here. It's looking like it wants to go negative and fill the gap. Apple selling off here. NVDA still curling down. Tesla looks to be putting in an inverted head and shoulders on the 3 minute chart, but it's still super, super weak on the session. AMD catching a small minor bid here. So is the Russell.
wrong emote.
You've got the whole. They just get shit out of whole. So I use it as a judgment of sentiment because it's all legal. I feel like they do that when it's not happening. Deep what? Just drop it. Go. I'm gonna fight dead money up here because I love him.
Not enough to give him a big, nice hug.
I love him enough that I don't want to give him a hug while I'm under the weapon because I don't want to
sit in the kitty section.
What?
You can just sit in the kitty section.
I hate cats.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna take my elephant and die. But we're gonna go up.
Don't say that.
Okay, I don't know nothing.
If he's saying I'm going to pick the let him take it because if it goes the other way,
He gone the other way. Can you hear me, Sharky?
probably.
No. Tell you how to add him. That's pretty good beatboxing, bro.
Thanks.
Where'd he go?
I'm right here.
Oh, shit. Oh, wait, what's going on?
Hey,
For King.
he pulled the whale.
Where's the whale? I don't see him.
I didn't put that in there.
Were you in here?
I was before.
Just gonna go silent on the mic here, guys. I'm getting another phone call. I'll be on if I change anything. Just to summarize things, we took profits on our UNG for a lovely gain, still holding a Russell short and an AMD short in the money. AMD may hit our stop loss. We're watching it very, very closely here.
There should be a fairy tale.
All right, AMD just hit our stop, so that's another trade that we took on the winning side. So congrats on AMD. We're officially out of that one. IWM, we're still just waiting on this Russell 2000, but it is trying to push up at this point in time.
So, I don't know. Interesting. In history.
If you guys didn't hear what the speaker here said, that we have the biggest short interest on the 10-year yield in history. That should tell you something. Everyone's on one side of the boat.
Let's go. Here comes my wife. Do 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 do.
Oh, Shark, you about to get paid.
What happened?
I don't know. It's just moving up.
Oh, there it goes.
I didn't even see.
It was a delay. Here we go. Oh shit, actually. I wasn't even looking at the... Don't get stuff to Lord to the whore. Whale yelled at me. He's like yelling at me.
I wasn't yelling at you, Mr. Paper. All I was saying is
Nothing.
Alright, hey everybody, I'm back on the mic here. So last 4 minutes of the trading session, you saw the SPY and the Qs get a huge squeeze. SPY is almost charging to the all-time high pivot over there. So big move on the S&P 500 and the Qs. QQQ also trying to challenge the high of day. The Russell 2000 kind of lagged that last little rally there. I'm still probably going to hold my short here. It's probably prudent to maybe cover, take some profits, but we're just down slightly here. I still could see the Russell moving down. One of the reasons the market's rallied so tremendously is the dollar has given up most of its gains. It's still up on the session 0.21%, but it has given up a lot of its gains. And you had yields soften and cool off. So that's definitely been helpful for the market. But a big short squeeze into the end of the day there. You have seen Tesla still weak, NVDA firmed up strong, Bitcoin selling off, Apple at the highs, Microsoft at the highs, Google at the highs, Meta at the highs, pretty much every mega cap tech company at the highs of the session. I'm going to do after hours earnings. We have a few companies that I'm going to be watching. We have Netflix, the big one on deck. We have ISRG, and we also have Texas Instruments, TXN. So I will be here for those earnings. I will actually switch my screen over to those charts just to identify potential support resistance zones, opportunities to either go short or long some names. I hold no positions at the moment in either of the tickers that are reporting, but definitely you could catch some sympathy plays late in the session. On that note, thank you all for tuning in, and definitely stay tuned in for the last little bit, 10 minutes of the bell, as I will stay on for the Netflix earnings. My opinion, I could see ISRG. I could see Netflix popping and then reversing. I could see Netflix going up to fill the gap around 508, 510. Naresh has a target of 527, but I do think that we could see Netflix initially have a pop and then a reversal down. That's kind of what I'm expecting.
Netflix 30s are what, 430?
NDX.
Let's see what they do here.
Balls went from 165 to $1,100. Yep. 180 and 165.
All right, so we have a few minutes here until the close. You're actually seeing the IWM sell off, but the S&P and Q still holding at the highs. Semis are pushing up as well across the board. All right, markets are closed. I'm going to flip to the Netflix earnings. Just give me a second while I change screens here. We're doing a little bit of a split screen here. So we are seeing Netflix fall here a little bit. So I have three versions here. You're seeing Netflix push up. I have TXN and ISRG. So Netflix is pumping here.
Charlie, you're confusing. What the fuck?
All right, so Netflix has officially filled that gap. It is pushing higher here. It is pushing higher.
You sure about that, Charlie? Netflix should fucking rip.
So Netflix is up nicely. TXN getting a big fall here. TXN is getting a big fall. All right, guys, I just shorted Netflix at 527. This is super risky. 527 just shorted Netflix. I did just short Netflix. All right, guys, I'm covering here 517. That's a 10-point spread. Just covered at 517 for a 10-point spread. Boom. Next short level is all the way up at 560. I see. But you did fill the gap. Again, my thesis is for Netflix to pop and then reverse. Netflix is still pumping here, guys. Netflix is still pumping. It's 527. Narish target was spot on. Nice job. Nice call out there, Narish.
My calculation,
There is another gap fill here on Netflix sitting at 567. If Netflix pushes above 530, we'll look to maybe short it again. The high was 529. It's risky.
Run, Forrest, run! Oh my God, that was it. I'm curious about PGR.
Whole host of resistance here on Netflix. There's a whole host of resistance. But we are pushing through it. So guys, I like to short Netflix at 540. We get a pop into 540, I'll look to short it again. Small size because it is lighter volume in the after hours. I still think Netflix has a chance of reversing. TXN getting hit pretty hard here. TXN is getting hit pretty hard. TXN is down about 3.5%. ISRG still no movement yet.
Mikey, yes sir. Did I kick up? I swung Netflix calls. All right, brother. Oh, well done.
And if Netflix pushes to 540, we will short.
ISRG.
Again, I said earlier, I think Netflix pops and then reverses. I would not be surprised if Netflix goes negative. You have AMD dropping in the after hours. The semis are seeing some sell side pressure in the after hours. So TXN still coming down. It's down about 4. ISRG down a little bit here. Just going to draw in where Netflix closed, right there. So Netflix right now is up 4.69%. Don't be surprised if Netflix goes negative, guys. I'm warning you here. It's had a strong pop. I think we've filled the technical gap that most people were looking for. And now we're seeing some really heavy volume here come into play. Some really heavy volume. Again, it's now only up 4.6. We shorted at 527, covered at 517 for just a little quick scalp there. It was about a 2% scalp. No position as of yet. TXN has dropped here substantially. We're seeing AMD down in the after hours. The SOXS is up, a little bit in the after hours. The SOXS is up 1.7%. Qs are down in the broad market in the after hours just slightly. Russell's down as well. Still holding on that Russell short. You have the SPY up though on the session.
This is where when you get really fearful down here.
All right, so Netflix is slowly losing steam here, guys. It is losing steam here.
And then there's somewhere in between where it probably is right here. Try. I can understand. I can understand.
Right. What are you looking out for the rest of this week? I named some things earlier. There's a lot going on.
So I think the big thing, there's a bunch of bigger company earnings in the morning, tomorrow morning, as well as
At Apple?
no, Apple's next week, but I think
Amazon.
No, Amazon. So I think Tesla's later on Thursday.
Okay.
So Tesla will be big. Intel's on Thursday as well. There's some more like bigger.
Let's take a look at see how Disney and Snapchat are doing. So Disney closed at 93, down slightly. Let's look at Snap. That one's just flat in the pre-market, the post-market. Google right now is just slightly down in the post-market. So Intuitive Surgical down about a few pennies on the session, nothing crazy yet.
Now, doesn't the trading close on the
What's the update on the moves, Scott?
Again, right? Well, the news was already out and it had already gone up, and the valuation is right, so I'm not surprised there. Not necessarily a reflection on their results, but everything is already priced in. Tech instruments is down about 4%. Down.
Yeah, no, it's not decent downside. Yeah, I mean, we had to recognize that before the JP Morgan Intuitive Surgical was at 320. Going into this earnings at 371. I mean? So it's a pretty significant move on the pre-announcement already. So there was no need last, frankly. But again, they will tell you.
So right now things are just stabilized. TXS Instruments still down about 4.84, Netflix up about 4, and Intuitive Surgical down about 3 cents. Qs are down slightly in the after hours. You have had AMD, NVDA, and semis under a little bit of pressure in the post market. S&P is slightly green in the post market. Russell's down in the post market slightly, and the Qs are slightly down.
Industrial weakness yesterday, and again, to be fair, that they came out with weak industrials today too. So this is interesting.
All right, guys, since the market is kind of slowing down here, I'm going to wrap this stream up. Overall, we've seen a pretty big move happen. Tomorrow morning, I think if Netflix pushes back up into this 540 area, that could be a technical short day trade scalp on the short side. Other than that, in terms of the performance right now, Netflix is still chugging along. You do have you filled its massive gap at the 510 level, and then you hit Narish's target at 527. There is a technical gap all the way at 567. So that'll be, if Netflix maintains its bullish momentum, that'll probably be the next target, 567. But as of now, I think if we get a pop into the 540 area tomorrow, that is a technical scalp short, just a day trade short. Not a swing trade, just a quick scalp. I'm hoping that it actually pushes higher. I'm hoping it has a bigger outsized move. I either want to see it really rip or really drop, because then that gives us day traders opportunities tomorrow. Well, thank you all for tuning in. Congrats on the several trades we did take. We closed many, many different winners here, and it's good to see that we're continuing to grow in the right direction. If you've been tuning into our streams, thank you very much. Definitely check out tradingcapital.ca, where I run a swing trading and day trading service.